Chapter 51. Blizzard Storm. Medium-level cultivation technique, 3rd stage. Large success. Hoo-hoo. Under the kick, the ice exploded and the cold wind raged. Just a second ago, it was still spring. The next moment, it was a world of ice and snow. An incomparably cold wind and snow surrounded his legs. The leg that shot out was like an ice dragon roaring through the world of cold wind and ice. With a furious roar, it collided with the galloping army. Clang! The two of them collided. Zhang Li's beast-like eyes spat out a horrified light. Rub, rub, rub. Zhang Li's mountain-like leg was covered in thick frost. The bone-piercing cold invaded his limbs and meridians. Putong, his legs were frozen stiff and he lost his flexibility. He lost his balance as he retreated and fell on his butt. On the other hand, Su Yu was standing quietly at his original position, untainted by even a speck of dust. Only his fluttering purple robe and black hair were fluttering in the wind. His posture was wanton, and his spirit was magnificent. The image of a powerful battle flashed in his mind. The difference between the two was obvious. Zhang Li was horrified, and a boundless pressure surged into his heart. It was obvious that Su Yu had the ability to completely defeat him. Su Yu calmly glanced at him. The second prince did not make it, and the contestants he recommended also did not make it. How disappointing. Feeling humiliated, Zhang Li was speechless. He was indeed inferior to Su Yu. After he finished speaking, Su Yu walked down the stage expressionlessly. I withdraw. There is no point in exchanging pointers. Defeating Zhang Li didn't give him the slightest sense of accomplishment. In terms of strength, Zhang Li was no match for the third prince's bodyguard, Lin Xiao. The audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Dong Lin was a formidable level 6 martial artist, so it was not surprising that he would be able to defeat Zhang Ling. But Su Yu, who was at level 5 lower tier, had defeated Zhang Li, who was at level 5 peak, with one move. In terms of strength, Zhang Li was even above Zhang Ling. It is rumored that the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu is a demonic genius. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed true. Humph! What was this? Do you know about the Martial Arts Training Institute? It was said that as the Silver King, he had suppressed 2 generations of Gold Kings at the same time. The evildoer of the Academy was also defeated by him in one move. There are even rumors that he has comprehended a terrifying, holy decree. All of a sudden, the news about Su Yu quickly spread among them. The people of the empire paid more attention to the Duke of Xinyu than to the happenings in the Xinyu prefecture. After all, he was the strongest duke of his generation. As for his son-in-law, no one cared about him. There were very few rumors about him. Now, Su Yu had revealed his skills and shocked everyone present. Without a doubt, he was the strongest representative of the imperial family after Du Yuntian and Dong Lin. The pupils of the first prince shrank to the size of a needle. That day, at the Duke of Xinyu's palace, the first prince and Su Yu faced off head-on. Su Yu resisted with all his might, but was still severely injured by the first prince. He could not even withstand a single blow. However, how long has it been? Is he already able to easily defeat a powerhouse at my level? His potential was too terrifying. An indescribable panic surged in his heart. At this moment, the first prince was a little regretful. He might have made a mistake by rashly attacking the Duke of Xinyu. Restraining his remorse, the first prince stared at Su Yu. His heart was filled with murderous intent. This person could not be allowed to live. After the holy meet, he would be charged with treason for the assassination of the second prince. He would be hunted down by the entire empire and would not be allowed to live for another moment. The third prince secretly admired Su Yu. As expected of Su Yu, even in the face of the second prince's minions, he still restrained himself and did not reveal his full strength. Du Yuntian coldly stared at Su Yu and calmly commented, Zhang Li's leg technique is skillful and has integrated it with his own aura. The sound of his footsteps has the effect of intimidating the opponent. He uses it skillfully and has rich battle experience. Commendable, not bad. As for Su Yu, his cultivation level is low and his foundation is weak. He was able to defeat Zhang Li because of the power of his technique and level of understanding. His victory was mostly due to luck. Please refrain from being arrogant and work hard. The crowd remained calm. Du Yuntian was the strongest among the geniuses, recommended by the imperial family. He naturally had the right to comment. However, his comments about Su Yu were inevitably biased. Fighting someone of a higher cultivation level was not rare, but fighting someone 2 cultivation levels above him was rare. Such strength, in Du Yuntian's words, was nothing. Thinking of Du Yuntian and Su Yu's positions, the crowd felt relieved. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and remained calm. Du Yuntian was conceited and arrogant, but Su Yu could not be bothered. Furthermore, Du Yuntian's words were not without reason. Su Yu's abilities had improved by leaps and bounds, but his foundation was not solid enough. He needed to work hard. As for winning this battle, it was mostly due to luck. Su Yu did not comment on it. He had only revealed a portion of his abilities. If he had used his full strength, he could have killed Zhang Li in the blink of an eye. Dong Lin tilted his head and looked at Su Yu indifferently. His voice was cold, barely passable. Su Yu calmly smiled and pretended not to hear. He had no intention of befriending Dong Lin. Humph! Dong Lin had always been the one to ignore others. Now that he was ignored by Su Yu, he could not help but let out a cold grunt. He retracted his gaze. Don't meet me at the meet. Su Yu could not be bothered with Dong Lin's threat. The third prince felt helpless. Dong Lin was strong, but his personality was stubborn and difficult to change. Following that, the other 12 representatives went up the stage and sparred with each other. However, with the battle between Dong Lin and Su Yu before them, the following battles seemed boring and boring. The morning light pierced through the blue sky. The sun in the east was dazzling. The sunlight dispersed the darkness. A warm current flowed into the hearts of the people, turning them into boiling hot blood. The holy meet was finally here. Creek, the holy arena, which had been sealed for a long time, was officially open after a year. The spectators waiting outside were filled with excitement as they filed into the arena. The spectator seats, which could accommodate 10,000 people, were completely filled within an hour. Outside the arena, there were people who were unwilling to stay, hoping that there would be an empty seat. Whoosh! The imperial guards of the imperial capital arrived in large numbers, separating the crowd and creating a wide pathway. Groups of people shuttled through the pathway. Most of them were geniuses and young ladies with frightening abilities. They came from the martial arts training institutes of the 13 prefectures. Each of the 13 martial arts training institutes had sent their strongest 10 people to compete for the Holy Crown. How vast was the Fomlin Empire! How vast was the territory! How many demonic geniuses were there! Now they were all gathered in one place to begin the pinnacle of the empire. The 13 martial arts training institutes entered the arena one after another. At the preparation area, there were seats prepared for them, right next to the seats of the imperial family. Coincidentally, the Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture was the closest to the seats of the imperial family. After Xia Jingyu entered the arena, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, nervously searching for a familiar figure. At that moment, a purple robe entered her field of vision. The purple robe fluttered in the wind, his black hair as black as ink cascading down. He was as handsome as a celestial being, talented, and had an exceptional temperament. Her anxious heart instantly calmed down, as if as long as the purple figure was safe, her heart would be filled with satisfaction. He has successfully gained the trust of the third prince. Looking at Su Yu quietly standing beside the third prince, Xia Jingyu's heart was at peace. As if he felt her gaze, Su Yu looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude, but also complicated emotions. With a tap of his toes, he turned into the shadow of a white cloud and turned into duckweed, floating on the waves of the river. He drifted leisurely beside Xia Jingyu. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not know what to say. Xia Jingyu bit her red lips and lowered her head. The afterglow was like a cloud that flew up to her cheeks. She did not know what to say. After all, the two of them had an ambiguous and awkward past. A man and a woman, one handsome and charming, the other peerless, stood side by side, forming a beautiful scene. Who is that lady from the Xinyu prefecture? She is so beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. One look at her is unforgettable. Who is that purple-robed man? He looks extraordinary, like a man from the mortal world. I really want to get to know him. The male geniuses of the Xinyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute felt their hearts break out of jealousy. Xia Jingyu, what kind of peerless beauty was she? What kind of beauty was she? But for Su Yu, she did not hesitate to destroy her own chastity. It was rumored that the housemaster had the intention of taking Su Yu in as his son-in-law, marrying his daughter to him. This rumor had caused Su Yu to feel even more hatred. Su Yu, you are the representative of the royal family. What are you doing at the Xinyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute? Aren't you going to avoid arousing suspicion? Fang Qingzhou's expression was gloomy. As the inspector of the Xinyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute, his father naturally had to be present at the holy meet. Although Fang Qingzhou did not have the qualifications to participate, he was brought by his father to observe, hoping that observing would be beneficial to his training. A few days ago, the father and son met up with Xia Linxian and the others. Fang Qingzhou immediately heard the rumor that Xia Linxian wanted to marry Xia Jingyu to Su Yu. This news to him was like a bolt from the blue. After further questioning, he found out that the chaste Xia Jingyu had shared a bed with Su Yu, and they were both naked. Fang Qingzhou could not believe that the woman he had decided on had been slept with by another man. But Su Yu was no longer the same as before. Su Yu's abilities were above his, and he was also a holy seal bearer. Although Fang Qingzhou was angry, he did not dare to be as arrogant as before. At this moment he was reprimanding Su Yu in a low voice, but he was actually cowardly on the inside. It was rumored that the second prince, who was at level 4 peak, had been ruthlessly killed by Su Yu. Who in the empire would dare to have such audacity? He was a little afraid that Su Yu's murderous intent would rise and kill him as well. Hearing this, Su Yu turned his head and looked over. His deep eyes emitted a cold light as he coldly said, "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Feeling the murderous intent, Fang Qingzhou felt a chill down his spine. He shrank his neck, but did not dare to talk back. Without his father by his side, he did not dare to act rashly. Fang Qingzhou's submission caused the mouths of several demons to twitch. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He was arrogant in the Martial Arts Training Institute and even scolded us demons. But in front of Su Yu, he is like a dog, shrinking after a single bark. Xia Jingyu's disdain deepened. People like Fang Qingzhou were truly disgusting. Xia Linxian saw everything, his eyes still filled with resentment. He reminded Su Yu, "Su Yu, you are no longer a student of the Martial Arts Training Institute in the Xinyu Prefecture. Before the battle, you should not linger, lest you be suspected of colluding with others." Su Yu turned back to look. Ever since he had arrived, many members of the imperial family had been secretly watching him. They were full of caution, and they did not trust him. Nodding his head, Su Yu stared at Xia Jingyu. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Jingyu, I will give you an explanation." Xia Jingyu's heart thumped, her cheeks burning red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Whoosh, Su Yu turned and leaped back into the imperial family. Hearing Su Yu mention Jingyu, Zheng Yilin, who was not far away, frowned. He was extremely unhappy. Shao Li coldly said, "Humph, how arrogant." Even after leaving the training institute, he still thinks of Senior Xia calling her Jingyu. Does he really think he is the son-in-law of the Xia housemaster? Xia Jingyu was the one who had asked Su Yu to call her Jingyu. Su Yu was no longer a student of the training institute and was no longer her junior. Calling her senior was inappropriate. Moreover, the two of them were close, and it was not unusual for them to call each other by name. Ignorant fool. He is about to die, and he is still so annoying. Zheng Yilin's expression turned gloomy. Everyone had witnessed Su Yu's predicament. Even if he could enter the imperial capital alive, he would not be able to leave alive. Chapter 52. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yilin walked over and smiled warmly. Jingyu, have you thought it through? Xia Jingyu looked up, and the blush on her cheeks gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a tranquil expression that kept people at arm's length. There's no need. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Zheng. Also, just call me Junior Sister or Miss Xia. I don't want others to misunderstand. Zheng Yilin had hinted to Xia Jingyu a month ago that he could personally demonstrate his holy decree for her to observe. However, the condition was that he hoped to improve his relationship with Xia Jingyu. In other words, he could demonstrate his holy decree to Xia Jingyu. But Xia Jingyu had to agree to certain conditions, such as becoming his girlfriend or getting engaged. This request was not excessive. How rare was the holy decree! It was a peerless genius that could only comprehend it by chance. In the huge Fenglin Empire, there were many talented people, but how many of them could comprehend the holy decree? The holy decree was so precious that even blood relatives might not be willing to impart it. Zheng Yilin had sacrificed so much, so it was normal for him to ask for something in return. Unfortunately, Xia Jingyu had tactfully rejected him. Today, she had firmly rejected him. She had also sternly stated that he was not allowed to call her Jingyu. It was clear that he wanted to sever all ties with her. Xia Jingyu sighed in her heart. Why were all men like this? She was a little annoyed. Being too beautiful was sometimes troublesome. Almost all the male friends who got close to her had improper thoughts. For example, Zheng Yilin had been very patient and had not exposed himself for 2 whole years. Initially, he had been discussing with her as a senior without any selfish motives. Xia Jingyu had thought that she had a male friend worth befriending. Until a few months ago, when he had comprehended the holy decree, he had become high-spirited and felt that he had a chance to become the holy king. He was full of confidence and looked down on everything. He even felt that Residence Master Xia had taken a liking to him. Overflowing with confidence, he no longer carefully maintained the pure friendship between them and revealed his inner desires. From time to time, he would hint to her about something. His actions gradually became more and more casual until he made a request a month ago. Since then, she had gradually distanced herself from Zheng Yilin. To put it bluntly, Zheng Yilin was actually a nouveau riche. After his confidence grew, the dark side of his heart was revealed, including his longing for her. Xia Jingyu moved away and sighed in her heart. There was no good man in the world. Just as he was sighing faintly, a figure in purple suddenly barged into his heart. Both of them had comprehended the holy decree, but Su Yu did not ask for anything in return. He imparted the holy decree calmly, without holding anything back. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, his gaze as he gazed at her was clear and without any distracting thoughts. There was only gratitude towards her, and there was absolutely not a trace of improper thoughts. And the source of all of this was the kindness of a single bow. Thinking up to here, Xia Jingyu couldn't help but purse her lips and chuckle. Her smile was like a flower, ethereal, beautiful, pure and otherworldly. Actually, there were still good men. Wasn't there one right beside her? As Xia Jingyu felt a sense of peace in her heart, she turned her gaze to look at Su Yu's purple-clothed figure. She suddenly felt that if she had really married him, she might not have objected. Only by his side could one feel the fullness and peace of mind. Zheng Yilin's expression turned gloomy, and he glared at Su Yu coldly. Humph! What was so great about a person who had just comprehended the holy decree? In terms of holy decree, he can't even withstand a single blow from me. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the arena, intense movements sounded out once more. Everyone looked down and saw 13 middle-aged men with terrifying strength entering the arena one by one. Many of the demon students gasped in surprise. They had all recognized the inspector who was in charge of their training institute. Su Yu had also discovered Fang Yun's presence. That day he was the one who had exiled Su Yu from the training institute. Su Yu had not forgotten this grudge. The other 12 people were undoubtedly inspectors from the sanctuary. A total of 13 people from the sanctuary had appeared, causing the audience to be extremely excited. Every single person from the sanctuary was a mythical figure in the legends. They were elusive, and yet 13 of them had appeared at the same time. However, after the 13 legendary figures entered, they all stood respectfully at the two sides of the entrance. They bowed their bodies and lowered their noble heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. It looked like they were respectfully welcoming a supreme and frightening person. The plaza of 10,000 people gradually became silent. The strange actions of the 13 legendary figures had caused them to tremble deeply. Thump! Thump! In the strange silence, the sound of light footsteps seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. The sound of the footsteps was sometimes far, and sometimes it was near. It was difficult to determine the distance between them. Su Yu's heart shook. What kind of powerful martial artist could give him such an illusion? Thump! Thump! The sound of the footsteps was finally no longer faint. At the entrance, an old man in luxurious clothing appeared. The old man was 80 years old, his hair white and face pale, as if he was on the verge of death. His pair of old eyes were filled with a frightening light. Su Yu only took one look before his eyes stung, and he quickly looked away. The rest of the audience felt the same. They could not look at the old man. Su Yu was shocked. Could he be the Holy King? Welcome, Cabinet Elder. The 13 distinguished inspectors knelt on one knee and greeted him in unison. Their voices were loud and clear, piercing through the heavens. Their deep respect reached tens of thousands of miles into the heavens. This person was one of the sanctuary's 9 great cabinet elders. The Holy King was focused on cultivation and had no time to manage the secular world. Everything was handled by the 9 great cabinet elders. One word from each cabinet elder could change the course of a dynasty. Just a stomp of their feet could cause the Fonglin Empire to tremble. If not for the fact that the monarch was bedridden and unconscious, he would have knelt to welcome the arrival of the sanctuary cabinet elders. Swish, swish, swish! Hearing this, the hearts of countless martial artists trembled as they uniformly knelt to welcome them. In the hearts of the Fonglin Empire's martial artists, the sanctuary was the holy land of martial arts gods. The 9 great cabinet elders, on the other hand, were transcendent existences that they had to look up to. The cabinet elder stepped onto the arena as tens of thousands of people knelt to welcome him. He was the head of the 9 great cabinet elders, the fiery minister. The fiery minister was expressionless as he walked to the distinguished guest stand and took the seat of honor. The 13 inspectors were filled with reverence as they sat below, not daring to act rashly. Let's begin. The fiery minister gently opened his mouth, but the words he uttered were like the sound of a great bell, shocking everyone. Su Yu's body trembled, his soul also trembling slightly. Level 8. Su Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. The aura of a level 8 had appeared during the battle at the Duke of Xianyu's palace, when the first prince had crushed his protective amulet. The fiery minister's abilities were definitely that of a level 8, a frightening fighter who was only 2 steps away from becoming the Holy King. Su Yu was shocked, unable to calm down. This was a level 8. Whoosh! The referee leaped onto the arena, expressionlessly announcing, "The holy meet officially begins. All participants, Please collect your holy order. The 16 heavenly dragons of the royal family and the 130 demon students from the martial arts training institutes of the 13 prefectures, a total of 146 people, took turns to go up onto the arena to collect their holy order. Su Yu received one. It was made of an extraordinary material and had the word 9 carved on it. After everyone left the arena, a sealed black box appeared in the hands of the referee. He extended his palm into the box and randomly picked out 10 numbered balls. The following number will enter the first group: number 1, number 19, number 23. The following number will enter the second group: number 4, number 6, number 13. Half an hour later, the 146 participants were divided into 15 groups. The first 14 groups had 10 people in each group. Only the last group only had 6 people. Moreover, Su Yu was assigned to the last group. His opponents were only 5 people. After the assignment, the referee loudly announced, "The first round of competition will be an elimination round. The first place of each group will qualify for the top 10 competition." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Their gazes uniformly shot toward the last group. With only 6 people, the chances of obtaining first place far exceeded the other 14 groups. Countless demon students were envious of Su Yu's group. The first prince sneered, "His luck is not bad, to be assigned to the group with the easiest advancement." The third prince could not help but laugh. Su Yu was very lucky. If he had been in another group, such as Dong Lin's or Du Yuntian's group, he would definitely have been eliminated. Now, however, he had the chance to fight his way into the top 10. Zhang Yilin had been paying attention to Su Yu, slightly creasing his brows. "Consider yourself lucky. You had better not meet me." Su Yu's luck was not only because of the small number of members in his group, but also because of another important reason. As for the remaining 5 members, the highest cultivation base was only at level 5 upper tier, while the weakest was only at level 4 peak. With Su Yu's ability to kill a level 5 upper tier in the Xinyu prefecture, there was no doubt that he would easily win first place. The elimination round had officially begun. On the distinguished guests platform, the fiery minister and the 13 inspectors had calm expressions. Even though the people present were the 10 most outstanding demon students from each prefecture of the empire, their fights did not interest them in the slightest. The elimination round of 15 groups began at the same time. According to the rules, everyone in the same group had to fight all the other members of the group. As such, the time was extremely long. An entire day passed. The elimination round of the 15th group has ended. The winner is contestant number 9, Su Yu. Suddenly, the referee announced in a loud voice, the first group king had been born. The audience below the stage could not help but be in an uproar. What a lucky lad. The other groups are only halfway through, but he has already successfully advanced to the next round. What is even more fortunate is that the abilities of his group members are generally not high. Apart from the level 5 upper tier member, the rest are too weak. If it had been me that year, I would have been able to fight my way into the top 15. Don't underestimate him. Didn't you see him fight against the level 5 upper tier member? He defeated his opponent with one move. This is enough to show that he has the valiant ability to fight above his level. The first prince sneered. Even if he is lucky enough to enter the top 15, he is still at the bottom. He is asking for trouble. The third prince smiled without saying a word, immediately focusing his attention on Dong Lin. With the birth of the first group king, it was inevitable for the distinguished guests to pay attention to him. Realizing that it was a fellow at level 5 lower tier, the crowd could not help but secretly shake their heads. The fiery minister calmly retracted his gaze. Only Fang Yin was slightly taken aback. That day at the Martial Arts Training Institute, he was the one who had personally expelled Su Yu from the institute. He did not expect Su Yu to be lucky enough to fight his way into the top 15 of the Holy Meat. Su Yu returned to the preparation stage and watched the remaining 14 groups fight. Among them, the performances of Du Yuntian, Zheng Yilin, and Dong Lin were the most eye-catching. All three of them were strong level 6 fighters, especially Du Yuntian, who was a strong level 6 upper tier. At that moment, Lin Xiao secretly passed a piece of paper to the third prince. The third prince looked at it, and his whole body trembled, his face pale. His eyes were filled with worry as he stared at Dong Lin, who was still in the arena. His expression changed several times. Su Yu glanced at the third prince's strange expression and could not help but be surprised. It was the first time he had seen the calm and collected third prince lose his composure. "Third prince, what happened?" Su Yu walked over to ask. Looking closely, he discovered that the third prince's palm was slightly trembling, showing his extreme anxiety and unease. Chapter 53. The first prince had a powerful fighter like Du Yuntian, so the third prince naturally sent people to investigate. Even though the third prince was biding his time, it did not mean that he did not have the ability. Half a day was enough for him to find a lot of information. Su Yu took it and looked at it carefully. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. He is actually the younger brother of the previous Holy Meat's king. Su Yu was shocked. The king who won the previous Holy Meat was named Du Lin. He was the strongest demon and had successfully entered the sanctuary. Du Yuntian was actually his younger brother. If that was all, it would have been fine. Du Lin did not have the ability to interfere with the Holy Meat. The scary thing was that Du Yuntian was more talented than his brother. His abilities had already surpassed his brother, who had won the Holy Meat. It was said that he had challenged the strongest demon students of the martial arts training institutes in the 9 prefectures of the empire. The strongest demon students of the 9 institutes could not last more than 3 moves against him. Du Yuntian was known as the legend of 3 moves. No one had ever been able to last more than 3 moves against him. His unprecedented battle record had far surpassed his brother, Du Lin, and he had created an undefeated legend. He was unparalleled in his generation. The legend of 3 moves? Su Yu's heart suddenly tightened. There were countless geniuses in the empire. It was not impossible for there to be a king who could defeat the current generation. A huge pressure filled Su Yu's heart. For the first time, his heart was shrouded by a layer of darkness. Even though the third prince tried to remain calm, his eyes flashed, betraying his inner thoughts. He was willing to bet his life on Dong Lin to witness it with all his might. If Dong Lin won, he would obtain a piece of the empire. If Dong Lin lost, he would become a skeleton. But the information he had gathered had pushed the third prince to the bottom. Do you know why Du Yuntian is so powerful? The third prince did not realize that his voice was trembling. His gaze involuntarily shot toward the fiery minister, who was above the crowd. Su Yu's heart was heavy. Why? The third prince laughed bitterly. He stared at the fiery minister with boundless unwillingness. Because Du Yuntian is the fiery minister's disciple. In every holy meet, the top 10 martial artists would become sanctuary disciples. They would be chosen by the 9 ministers. If they were chosen, they would become their disciples and receive guidance from the ministers. In the previous tournament, Du Lin obtained the favor of the fiery minister and was accepted as a disciple by the fiery minister. Then he found out that Du Lin had a younger brother who was even more talented than him, Du Yuntian. The fiery minister personally rushed to the Du family from the sanctuary to inspect Du Yuntian. He was greatly impressed and stayed in the Du family for several months to guide Du Yuntian in his cultivation, causing his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the fact that the Holy King had decreed that one had to pass the Holy Meats test in order to enter the sanctuary, Du Yuntian would have already become the official disciple of the fiery minister. Today it was just a formality. No one could compete with Du Yuntian in terms of strength or background. It could be said that Du Yuntian was the king of the Holy Gate. He is actually the fiery minister's disciple? You even received pointers from the fiery minister? Su Yu's breathing became rapid, and his heart felt extremely stifled. No wonder the third prince lost his composure. No wonder he looked hopeless. No wonder he felt so unwilling. This was a gamble that he could not win. As if sensing the situation here, the first prince, who was not far away, curled up the corners of his lips into a faint sneer, as if he was a monarch who had victory within his grasp. Su Yu and the third prince fell into great shock at the same time. Disregarding the fiery minister, based on strength alone, Du Yuntian was undoubtedly the king of the Holy Gate. Taking a step back, if someone managed to defeat Du Yuntian, would the fiery minister's ancestor be biased and affect the situation? This was a gamble that seemed fair, but in reality there was no chance of winning. Su Yu was destined to lose the moment he chose to participate in the holy meat. But Su Yu had no other way out. Other than obtaining the holy crown, he had no other way out. Clenching his fists, Su Yu calmed himself down. To save the Duke of Xinyu and kill the first prince, there was only one path he could take, and that was to obtain the holy crown. After calming himself down, Su Yu continued to read. He realized that on the paper there was information on the demon students of the 13 prefectures. Among them, the Xinyu prefecture's Zheng Yilin was highlighted because he was the only demon student who had comprehended the holy decree. Even Du Yuntian had not comprehended the holy decree. Hence, Zheng Yilin was the most unpredictable demon student in the 13 prefectures. Apart from him, there was also the demon king, Chong Nanfei. Chong Nanfei was the #1 demon student of the Jiuquan Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute. He was at level 6 lower tier, had an extremely high level of perception, and his techniques were extremely powerful. His frightening abilities surpassed all the other geniuses in the Jiuquan Prefecture. It was rumored that he had fought with many of the demon students of the martial arts training institutes and had not lost a single battle. Even Zheng Yilin, who had not comprehended the holy decree, had lost to him. Apart from Du Yuntian, whom he had not fought before, he was undoubtedly the demon king. The two strongest sky dragons of the royal family, Du Yuntian and Donglin. The two demon students of the martial arts training institute, Zheng Yilin and Chong Nanfei. These 4 unparalleled geniuses were the main characters of the holy meat. No one could compete with them. With a heavy heart, Su Yu seized the time to train. A day's worth of effort, under the circumstances of time manipulation, was equivalent to 30 days. A month's time was enough for him to comprehend some of the techniques, especially Tempest, which he was only a step away from breaking through to stage 3 top class. Su Yu seized the time to train. The duels in the arena continued. Du Yuntian, Zheng Yilin, and Donglin had become the most eye-catching and powerful fighters, especially Du Yuntian. Even though he had encountered a frightening demon of level 6 lower tier, he still defeated his opponent in 3 moves. Du Yuntian's 3 moves of the mythological technique was not just a legend, but a fact. A day later, all the duels in the groups ended, and the strongest 15 people were chosen. Su Yu opened his eyes at that moment, a tinge of disappointment circulating in his eyes. He had been trying to comprehend the last stage of Tempest for a whole month, but he still felt that he was lacking something. He could not break through and could not use the technique to its fullest potential. At that moment, the referee announced the last round of the duels. "The Holy Meat Top 10 competition begins now," the referee announced expressionlessly. In the top 10 competition, 10 out of the 15 people would be chosen. In other words, 5 people would be eliminated. Both the royal family and the martial arts training institutes were extremely nervous. The top 10 of the Holy Meat would have the right to enter the sanctuary and become disciples of the sanctuary. This was the most crucial battle. The referee was expressionless as he took out 2 numbers from a sealed black box. First match, number 10 Du Yuntian versus number 18 Donglin. Du Yuntian's 3 moves of the mythological technique? Dong Lin, one of the 4 great heaven rulers? The audience was in an uproar. No one would have thought that the 2 of them would clash in the top 10 competition. The third prince's pupils shrank, his heart thumped, and his blood flowed faster. To think they would meet so soon. The third prince tried to hide his panic and uneasiness, but he could not hide the hope in his eyes. What if Dong Lin could win? The first prince laughed. Third brother, it looks like the person you chose is not that great. He is not strong enough to compete with me. The third prince pretended to be calm, smiling like a spring breeze. Brother, you worry too much. I nurtured Dong Lin because I valued his talent. I have no other intentions. That's good. The first prince was in a good mood, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. His third brother was smarter and more capable than him. Given time, he might have a chance to turn the tables. Once he ascended to the throne, the first thing he would do would be to deal with him. The third prince secretly clenched his fists in his sleeves. His heart was filled with anxiety, and his eyes were fixed on Dong Lin. Don't let me down. All my hopes are on you, Dong Lin. The third prince thought to himself. He did not dare blink as he watched the battle carefully. Swoosh! 2 silhouettes flew up the arena. One was Du Yuntian, who had 3 moves, the legend. The other was Dong Lin, a genius. They were both level 6 heaven, proud and arrogant. They both represented the royal family and the interests of the region. Their battle was a secret contest between the first prince and the third prince. The ordinary audience was watching the show, but the dignitaries of the capital were sweating profusely. This battle was related to the change of the dynasty. If Dong Lin lost, the third prince would never be able to rise again. He would soon be killed by the first prince. If Dong Lin won, the third prince might be able to turn the tables. Du Yuntian held the dragon spring sword in his arms. The sword was not out of its sheath, but there was already a trace of sword qi overflowing from it. It was cold and sharp, emitting a peerless sharpness. Dong Lin's blue robe danced in the wind. His eyes were burning with raging flames, and his battle intent soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness, and his voice was low and sluggish. Du Yuntian, we will have to fight. Du Yuntian refused to accept the challenge at the Heavenly Dragon meeting. They met again at the Holy Meet, and Du Yuntian had no choice but to fight. Du Yuntian sized up Dong Lin indifferently and shook his head. You are no match for me. You think too highly of yourself. Let me crush your so-called confidence. Dong Lin was also an arrogant person. How could he endure Du Yuntian's disdainful gaze? Sting finger. Dong Lin growled and stretched out his index finger. It was as if the sun had risen from the east. It was a faint fiery red color like a burning finger. An astonishing finger force was like a giant beast that had been lying dormant for a long time and had suddenly awakened. The power of a mid-level cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Du Yuntian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward, and the dragon spring sword swept across the world like a thunderbolt. The swift sword only left a cold sword light in the hearts of the audience. Creak, bang. Dong Lin let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly. His arrogant eyes were filled with horror. Du Yuntian's mid-level cultivation technique, which was at the great perfection stage, was easily swept away by a single sword strike. Most importantly, Du Yuntian did not draw his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath. On the other hand, Du Yuntian was calm and collected. He leisurely held the sword in his arms and said coldly, "The power is not bad, but it is not worthy for me to draw my sword." The conceited Dong Lin suffered a great blow. He snorted angrily. "It is not the end yet." Huh. Dong Lin's 10 palms and fingers were surrounded by a dense flow of qi. It was actually true energy that could be faintly seen through his body. Releasing true energy was something that only experts above the 7th heaven of the martial path could do. However, experts at the sixth heaven of the martial path could barely release their true energy from their body with the help of a powerful, top-level cultivation technique. The power was unpredictable. Faint red light flowed like the morning sun. It was misty and seemed real at the same time illusory. Nine-pulse godly sword. Dong Lin growled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 of his 10 fingers shot out true energy and slashed at Du Yuntian in the air. The third prince's heart was in his throat. This was Dong Lin's trump card. The third prince had paid a huge price to find this top-level cultivation technique for Dong Lin. Chapter 54. Those who were able to comprehend superior techniques were all people with extremely high levels of comprehension. To think that in the martial arts training institutes, where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, only the monstrous students were qualified to read superior techniques. In reality, even if they were monstrous students, it was still rare for them to successfully comprehend the techniques. The fact that Dong Lin could successfully comprehend superior cultivation techniques was proof of his high level of comprehension. Du Yuntian's indifferent eyes turned serious for the first time as the 9 rays of sword chi attacked him. Flowing cold sword. Du Yuntian finally made his move. Clang! The sword radiance scattered in all directions and flashed coldly. It was like a ray of cold light that pierced through the sky. Whoosh! Ah! It was as fast as the flowing cold sword and sliced through the 9 rays of true chi. The remaining force of the attack swept across and hit Dong Lin's chest. Dong Lin let out a blood-curdling scream as a long, bloody wound appeared on his chest. His body flew backward and fell out of the arena. Dong Lin was defeated. He was defeated by Du Yuntian after 2 of the 3 legendary moves. As Dong Lin fell out of the arena, something in the third prince's heart shattered. His face turned pale as a sheet. His only chance to turn the tables had been destroyed. He had no way out. There were only 2 options for him. He could wait for his death and be killed by the first prince, or he could flee to another country and live in exile like a stray dog. The huge failure had shattered all of the third prince's hopes. Lin Xiao was stunned for a long time. His eyes were red and tears rolled down his cheeks. He was desolate. Such a good prince. Why was his fate so bad that he had to end up like this? He could foresee the third prince's fate. Lin Xiao wiped away his tears and knelt in front of the third prince. This might be the last time in his life that he would be loyal to the third prince. The carriage is ready. Master, please leave the capital city. The escape route had been prepared a year ago. They had been waiting for this day. A group of elites would escort the third prince and kill their way out of the capital city. Lin Xiao would lead the secret guards to fight against the pursuers. Their power was weak. How could they fight against the capital city? It could be imagined that one day, Lin Xiao would fall into a pool of blood, his corpse would be left in the wilderness, and he would be erased from this world. However, even if he were to die, Lin Xiao would still hold the sword in his hand and use the last of his life to fight for even the slightest hope of survival. This was because the third prince had done him a favor. He had saved his dying parents, given him a chance to stand out, and had given him trust that he had never had before. In life, he belonged to the third prince, and in death, he belonged to the third prince. He had no regrets dying for the third prince. The third prince looked up to the sky and laughed bitterly. The situation is already hopeless. Do I need to use your blood to pave the way for my life? Master, there's no time to lose. Please be on your way. Lin Xiao's eyes were red as he solemnly urged. The first prince watched this scene from afar and laughed coldly in his heart. Do you think I'll let you escape from the city? In order to surround and capture Suyu, the imperial capital had long been sealed off by him. The entrance to the city was guarded by a large number of elites. Anyone who left the city had to be checked. It was a pipe dream for the third prince to kill his way out. At the distinguished guest stand, the fiery cabinet master had a gratified smile on his cold face. His mouth, which had been taut all along, finally opened for the first time. Du Yuntian, not bad. The 13 inspectors beside him knew that Du Yuntian was the fiery cabinet master's appointed disciple. They smiled and complimented him. The referee announced Du Yuntian's victory. Then he took out 2 more number tags. Next match, number 9 Su Yu versus number 17 Chong Nanfei. The crowd was excited when the news spread. The Demon King, Chong Nanfei? There were many rumors about Chong Nanfei, and he was the most dazzling genius of this year. The crowd was excited. Being able to observe such a strong martial artist in action would be beneficial to their cultivation. What made the crowd even more excited was that the Demon King's opponent was Su Yu. He was the luckiest darling of this year. Not only was he assigned to the 6-man group, but his group members were all weaker. He was lucky enough to enter the top 15. It seems like Su Yu has used up all his luck. That's why he is so unlucky to encounter the Demon King, Chong Nanfei. Haha, isn't that right? If his opponent was a level 5 peak, he might be lucky enough to fight his way into the top 10 and become a sanctuary disciple. Of course, these were all fantasies. Even if he were lucky enough to fight his way into the top 10, he would still be rejected by the sanctuary if he could not pass the test. There were many instances in history where people who relied on their luck were eventually expelled. Hearing Su Yu's name, the 3rd prince's dazed eyes gradually calmed down. He let out a bitter smile. Take Su Yu and leave together. He would have to flee for his life eventually. Bringing Su Yu, who was in the same boat, along with him would be considered the last bit of friendship they had. Lin Xiao was anxious. If he started to flee now, he would have more hope. If he dragged on, it would be even more difficult. Su Yu, you have caused the 3rd prince's death. Lin Xiao blamed Su Yu in his heart. The 1st prince had a playful smile. Chong Nanfei? His abilities are slightly stronger than Don Lin's. Su Yu, looks like you are not fated to be in the top 10, haha. Once Su Yu was defeated, he would be hunted down by the entire empire. Chong Nanfei was 16 years old. He was handsome and elegant. He wore a fluttering white robe and had a light smile on his face as he elegantly entered the arena. At that moment, he attracted the attention of many young ladies. There were many who had their hearts set on him. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He tapped the ground lightly with the tips of his feet. Like the shadow of a white cloud, like duckweed floating on the waves of a river, he gracefully flew into the arena. Chong Nanfei's purple robe fluttered in the wind. His fairy-like handsome face glowed. He was dazzling and confident. Actually, disregarding his abilities, Su Yu is very handsome. Unfortunately, he is a little too young. An 18-year-old young lady pouted. Hee, I also think that Su Yu is better looking than Chong Nanfei. Another young lady's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The young lady's whispered words entered Xia Jingyu's ears. She was worried and could not help but smile. She thought to herself, Su Yu's charm is not only in his appearance. His charm lies within him. Chong Nanfei was surprised. He was proud of his extraordinary appearance, but compared to Su Yu, he felt inferior. It was as if his aura was inferior to Su Yu's. A shred of admiration appeared on his face. Brother Su, you and I are both elegant people. I will not bully the weak. If you can withstand 20 moves from me, I will consider it my loss. How about that? Chong Nanfei was arrogant. He felt that his abilities were much higher than Su Yu's. He also admired Su Yu's extraordinary appearance and temperament. He could not bear to bully Su Yu. Su Yu could not help but have a good impression of Chong Nanfei. He smiled and rejected. Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Chong. I wish to fight with all my might. Good. Brother Su's character is noble and unsullied. I will do my best. Chong Nanfei's admiration for Su Yu grew. Su Yu's unwillingness to take advantage of Su Yu showed that he was noble and unsullied. Brother Su, be careful. Chong Nanfei took a deep breath and reminded Su Yu. He extended his index and middle fingers, forming a sword. Lotus sword finger. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword finger's body was surrounded by a pale green glow. It was like a summer lotus leaf, overflowing with greenery. The sword finger danced in the air. A ball of weak, white light flowed through the tip of his finger. Under the contrast of greenery, it looked like a pure white lotus. The green glow circulated and the white lotus danced. In an instant, it was like a lotus pond with a vast expanse of blue waves. There were clear, white lotuses everywhere. Stage 3 upper class of a medium-level cultivation technique. Average, the fiery minister commented indifferently. But the words average made the Jiuquan Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute's inspector heave a sigh of relief. The fiery minister was known for his strictness. The average, he said, was no small matter. It looked like the Jiuquan Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute had managed to avoid this. If the Martial Arts Training Institute performed poorly, the corresponding inspector would be punished accordingly. The other 12 inspectors more or less revealed envious gazes. They continued to watch the fight uneasily. Su Yu did not panic in the face of danger. His eyes flashed as he displayed tempest. In an instant, a snowstorm blew, and the cold wind whistled. The surrounding air instantly became 30% colder. Threads of cold energy caused the air to freeze into an icy fog. In an instant, it was as if a world of ice and snow had descended. Su Yu's kick was filled with endless coldness. It was as if an ice dragon had been born, freezing everything in the world. Another medium-level cultivation technique at stage 3 upper class, only 14 years old. Average, the fiery minister commented indifferently. Apart from Fong Yin, the other 12 inspectors could not help but praise Su Yu. To be able to comprehend to such a level at the age of 14. His level of comprehension might even be above Chong, Nanfei, and Don Lin. The royal family has indeed nurtured a good talent. There were very few people who knew of Su Yu's past. After all, Su Yu had not become famous throughout the continent. Only the locals of the Xinyu prefecture knew about him. Fang Yan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If the fiery minister knew that he was the one who had driven Su Yu away, he might reprimand him. After all, the Martial Arts Training Institute was a branch of the sanctuary. They gathered the strongest geniuses in the world. On the other hand, the royal family did not have as obvious an advantage as the Martial Arts Training Institute. If the royal family surpassed them, the sanctuary would be embarrassed. On the arena, the two clashed. One was hard to distinguish between real and fake. His sword pointed repeatedly. The other was covered in ice. It was extremely strange. Clang, clang, thud, thud. In the direct clash, the scene of Su Yu collapsing at the first blow did not appear, as many of the spectators had imagined. The Demon King, Chong Nanfei, had a shocked expression. He retreated 3 steps, flicking the thick ice between his fingers. He was shocked, a medium-level cultivation technique of stage 3 upper class. As for Su Yu, he took 4 steps back. Under the tempest, he was slightly weaker than his opponent for the first time. But the Demon King was shocked. He was a level 6 lower tier, 2 levels higher than Su Yu. Even with such a huge difference in cultivation level, he was only slightly stronger than Su Yu. This could be attributed to Su Yu's physique. After being baptized by the Jade Fire Marrow, his physique was far stronger than that of a normal person. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Su Yu would have been sent flying by that attack. Again, Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. That attack with his full power had shown signs of him reaching top class. Sure enough, actual combat was the best training. Furthermore, Chong Nanfei's abilities were similar to his. There was no better whetstone than Chong Nanfei. Chong Nanfei stopped underestimating Su Yu, his fighting spirit rising. Brother Su, be careful. I will not hold back anymore. Lotus sword finger. The sword finger danced like a swaying lotus, dazzling, and beautiful. The power of the finger this time was more than 30% stronger than before. Su Yu was not angry. Instead, he was elated. Thud, thud, thud. This time Su Yu retreated 6 meters, almost falling off the arena. But Su Yu's eyes were filled with joy. With a low grunt, he tangled with the Demon King, Chong Nanfei. Thump, 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 clang, clang, clang. The two of them moved like the wind. They were equally talented, and equally powerful. The audience below the arena was dumbfounded. Su Yu can actually fight against the 4 great heaven rulers? Doesn't this mean that he has the ability to fight his way into the top 10? The first prince had suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock. An unprecedented fear filled his heart. Su Yu's strength was beyond imagination. If this continued, it was not impossible for Su Yu to enter the top 10. Once he became a sanctuary disciple, he could return after his training and avenge the Duke of Xinyu. Wouldn't that be? Chapter 55. If he had known that Su Yu was so difficult to deal with and had such terrifying potential, he would not have touched the Duke of Xinyu in the first place. But the first prince had no other way out now. The hatred between him and Su Yu was a blood feud that could not be resolved. Su Yu's vow that the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon could be his witness. If he did not kill the first prince, he would never be a human again. His words still reverberated in the first prince's heart. The only thing he could do now was to prevent Su Yu from entering the top 10. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Du Yuntian, if you fight him, remember to kill him. Do not give him a chance to live, even if you offend the sanctuary. The first prince's heart was filled with murderous intent. Du Yuntian creased his brows and slowly nodded. I know. The day I fight him will be the day he dies. Even though the holy meat prohibited killing, Du Yuntian was the most outstanding genius. Moreover, the fiery minister was his future teacher. If he killed Su Yu and then used an accident as an excuse, who would dare to pursue the matter? The third prince's dull eyes flickered as he blurted out in surprise, Lin Xiao, what's going on? When Su Yu fought Lin Xiao, the tempest was not as powerful as this. Lin Xiao was also dumbfounded. Could it be that Su Yu held back when he used the tempest? The third prince's miserable heart suddenly had a glimmer of hope. What if Su Yu? Pulling himself together, the third prince's gaze locked onto Su Yu. In the arena, Chong Nanfei became more and more frightened as the battle continued. This battle had already lasted for 3 hours. Even with his physical strength, he was gradually losing strength. On the other hand, Su Yu was still alive and kicking, more energetic than him. Is this kid a reincarnated demonic beast? Why is his body so strange? Chong Nanfei was extremely depressed. Suddenly, Su Yu, who was in the midst of battle, seemed to enter a strange state. His body was surrounded by a faint cold fog. A shred of vitality surged in his heart. Creak! Suddenly, Su Yu awoke from his state of enlightenment. He opened his eyes. The ground beneath his feet was frozen by the cold air. An unprecedented power filled Su Yu's body. Su Yu looked up at Chong Nanfei and thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Brother Chong. Chong Nanfei was angry and amused. You actually used me as a whetstone. Good kid. Since that's the case, this Chong won't hold back anymore. As the monstrous genius king, it was impossible for Chong Nanfei to only comprehend the third stage of a medium-grade cultivation technique. Be careful. The next move is my famous consummate skill. Chong Nanfei's expression was solemn. Sword points to the vault of heaven. Chong Nanfei roared. 2 of his fingers were like a sword, and like a cold sword, it cut through the clouds. The air exploded and whimpered incessantly, as if it was unable to withstand the might of this sword. The fiery minister gently nodded his head. Greater mastery of the first stage of a high-class cultivation technique is stronger than Dong Qilin's first stage of the first stage. The 30 inspectors, especially those from the Jiuquan Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute, heaved a sigh of relief and were filled with pride. As the monstrous genius king, Chong Nanfei naturally had his outstanding points. Su Yu had a faint smile on his face. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was happy. Blizzard. This kick seemed to have opened the door to a world of ice and snow. The cold wind howled in all directions. Snowflakes filled the sky, drifting over the 4 seas. The enchanting wind and snow circled around Su Yu's body, blurring his vision. The storm of ice and snow turned into an ice storm and descended upon the mortal world. Howl! Faintly, the roar of a dragon shook the entire arena. Half of the arena was covered by the ice storm. The cold penetrated the hearts of the people and froze everything in the world. The fiery minister calmly commented, "To be able to comprehend a medium-level cultivation technique at top class on the spot, his level of comprehension is not bad." The 12 inspectors were shocked as well. Only Fang Yin was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with regret. He should have killed Su Yu back then. If the fiery minister were to investigate Su Yu's background, wouldn't he be in trouble? The first prince's heart sank, and he could not help but ask, "Du Yuntian, how confident are you that you can kill him?" Du Yuntian's gaze was calm, and he coldly spat out 2 words, "One sword will do." On the arena, the sword finger and Su Yu's top-class fist collided. Rumble! Ah, Chong Nanfei let out a groan. His body covered in a layer of white frost, and he retreated 10 steps. Su Yu was still shrouded in snow, and he also retreated about 10 steps. This battle was actually a draw. Su Yu had actually tied with the monstrous genius king. How is this possible? Su Yu is not even comparable to me. How could he have tied with Chong Nanfei? Dong Lin clutched his bleeding chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zheng Yilin's expression was gloomy. He had never seen Su Yu as an opponent until today. The third prince's eyes lit up again, even brighter than when he faced Dong Lin. To some extent, Su Yu was stronger than Dong Lin. Chong Nanfei's expression was grave. A high-level cultivation technique had actually been tied with a low-level cultivation technique. The fiery minister indifferently commented, "Even though Chong Nanfei has cultivated a high-level cultivation technique, he is not mature enough. Su Yu's medium-level cultivation technique is at top class, and he is mature enough. Coupled with his extraordinary body, it is reasonable for him to be tied." In this battle, Chong Nanfei's weakness had been exposed. He was too ambitious. He had cultivated a high-level cultivation technique before his medium-level cultivation technique had reached top class. In the end, both of them had cultivated their techniques to their peak, and he was tied with Su Yu. "I admit defeat." Chong Nanfei walked down the arena. Even though he had suppressed Su Yu's cultivation level and cultivation technique, he was still tied. To some extent, he had already lost. "Thank you, Brother Chong, for your help." Su Yu cupped his fists in gratitude. Chong Nanfei glared at him. "Don't celebrate too early. I will prepare myself and fight you again during the top 10 matches." With his abilities, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 10. He would not lose the right to enter the top 10 if he was defeated. He still had a chance to enter the top 10. Number 9, Su Yu wins. The referee praised. To be able to defeat Chong Nanfei, there was no doubt that Su Yu had the right to enter the top 10. As such, Su Yu could become a sanctuary disciple. If Su Yu gave up on revenge and surrendered during the top 10 matches, he would still be a genius of the 10 great holy factions. He would be able to enter the sanctuary and enter the sanctuary, the holy land of millions of martial artists. In the future, he would become an unparalleled martial artist. But if he did not kill the first prince, Su Yu would never be a human. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he did not want to wait too long. He wanted to obtain first place and kill the first prince. The first prince's confidence in victory had long been shattered. A thread of worry surfaced in his heart. In the event that Su Yu did not fight Du Yuntian and admitted defeat, he would still be one of the top 10 geniuses of the Holy Sanctum and would be able to enter the sanctuary. What if he hid in the sanctuary to train? What if he came out to seek revenge in the future? It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Once Su Yu's cultivation level was high enough, he could assassinate the first prince. Even though the first prince was the monarch, he might not be able to survive. No, I must make him fight Du Yuntian. I must make him die before entering the sanctuary. But how can I make Su Yu fight me? The first prince's eyes gradually narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Doesn't he hate me? In that case, I will make him hate me even more. I will make him disregard everything and use the promise of first place in the holy meat to kill me. This way, he will have no choice but to fight Du Yuntian. A malicious smile appeared on the face of the first prince. He gave a few instructions to his confidant, who immediately ran away. Half a day later, one of the third prince's confidant secretly reported. Lin Xiao looked at it and his expression changed. He hurriedly passed it to the third prince. With just one look, the third prince's expression changed. He was furious. How dare he? There was only one line of words. The Duke of Xinyu will be executed in advance tonight. This was the secret agent that the third prince had planted in the imperial prison. Lin Xiao was furious. It must be the first prince. He felt threatened by Su Yu and decided to execute the Duke of Xinyu in advance to prevent future trouble. At that moment, the top 10 competition ended. The 10 holy geniuses returned to the preparation area, envied by the crowd. They had half an hour to rest before the final battle. Su Yu returned to the third prince's side. He noticed that the third prince was looking at him with a hint of sympathy. Even Lin Xiao lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Yu. A sense of foreboding welled up in Su Yu's heart. Third prince, did something happen? Su Yu asked seriously. After hesitating for a moment, the third prince said, Su Yu, I hope you do not get agitated after hearing this. Maintain control. The Duke of Xinyu may be executed tonight. The third prince could not hide his helplessness. The first prince had his ailing father under house arrest and was in control of the court. The third prince wanted to save the Duke of Xinyu, but was powerless. Normally, the court would execute important criminals in the middle of the day. For the first prince to execute the Duke in the middle of the night, it was obvious that the first prince was in a hurry. Su Yu felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He felt the world spinning. The Duke of Xinyu was going to be executed. Ever since he found out that the Duke was still alive, Su Yu's cold heart had gradually regained some hope. But the Duke of Xinyu was going to be executed tonight? The sudden news struck Su Yu's heart. According to his plan, he would obtain the Holy Crown, kill the first prince, and clear the Duke of Xinyu's name. However, Chu Feng's execution tonight had completely disrupted his plans. Father-in-law was going to be executed tonight? This thought caused Su Yu's heart to tremble. Su Yu, pull yourself together. The third prince lightly shouted, causing Su Yu to recover from his shock. Su Yu's eyes were once again filled with vigor. An unprecedented chill burst forth. First prince. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a monstrous killing intent. His murderous intent was directed at the first prince. With a mocking smile, the first prince remained calm, ignoring Su Yu's murderous intent. Whoosh! A few figures stood in front of the first prince. They were the first prince's level 6 bodyguards. There were 3 of them. Du Yuntian flashed over, his eyes filled with disdain. If you want to die, I can grant you your wish. Hiding in the protection of the bodyguards, the first prince was at ease. Occasionally, he shot a mocking look at Su Yu, meaning, what can you do to me? The future monarch, surrounded by experts. Su Yu could not do anything to him. Trying his best to restrain his mind, Suyu tried to maintain control, suppressing the thought of a life and death struggle. Rationality triumphed over hatred. Attacking now was equivalent to looking down on the holy faction. The first prince and the others did not need to act. The holy faction would kill Suyu on the spot. Taking a few deep breaths, Suyu's chest rose and fell violently, showing his boundless anger and murderous intent. Thinking back to that day, the Duke of Xinyu sacrificed himself to save him and Xian'er. He was engulfed in flames. Before he died, his desolate cry reverberated in Suyu's heart. Grief and indignation filled his eyes. Chapter 56. There were still 12 hours before the execution. According to the schedule of the competition, the outcome would only be revealed the next morning. By then it would be too late. He was indebted to the Duke of Xinyu and had even betrothed his only daughter, Xian'er, to him. Without the Duke of Xinyu, Suyu would still be suppressed by Qin Feng and Feng Qingzhou and would never be able to raise his head. He might even die soon. How could he participate in the holy meat? And how could he have a lovely wife like Xian'er? If he did not repay the Duke of Xinyu, Suyu would not be able to rest easy. Whoosh! Suyu's gaze was like lightning, shooting toward the third prince. May I ask the third prince, can you save my father-in-law? Slowly shaking his head, the third prince laughed bitterly. Donglin has already been defeated, and I cannot even protect myself. How would I have the strength to save the Duke of Xinyu? If I could save him, even without your pleas, I would have done so. Suyu laughed bitterly in his heart. Even the third prince was powerless. In this world, the only person who could save the Duke of Xinyu was Suyu himself. The third prince had a complicated look in his eyes, sighing, Suyu, leave with me now. I can give you a ride to escape the Empire. No need. Suyu cupped his fists in thanks, sighing, even if I die, I want to fight. The third prince was moved. Why are you so obsessed with the Duke of Xinyu? You have only known each other for a few days. Suyu's deep eyes flashed with a fluorescent light, lightly smiling. I owe him a debt of gratitude, that is all. A debt of gratitude made you travel thousands of miles to fight to the death? The third prince was stunned. He had seen many people who valued relationships, but Suyu was the only one who valued gratitude. Clang, 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 the bell rang. The final battle, the holy ranking competition, had finally begun. Whoosh! Suyu cupped his fists, his purple robe fluttering, turning into a purple shadow as he flew toward the arena. Weak, helpless, and without help, but strong and determined. For gratitude, he could use his life, his blood, and fight against the imperial power, against the unfair fate, against the heavens and the earth. The third prince was deeply shocked by the boldness of the third prince. He had seen countless people, but none of them could shock him from the bottom of his heart. Master, Suyu's heart is dead. Let's go, Lin Xiao urged. His eyes were fixed on Suyu's back, and they were filled with deep respect. Suyu was a person who valued relationships and righteousness. Even though he knew that death was the only way out, he was still determined to fight. Such boldness, such breadth of mind, such obsession shook the mind. No. The third prince's eyes flickered as he stared at Suyu's back. He had a complicated look in his eyes. Let me use my eyes to witness his life until the very last moment. This is my respect for him. Perhaps this would be the last battle of Suyu's life. Would he rise like a comet and sweep across the starry sky? Would he amaze the world and leave a desolate sigh in the depths of countless people's hearts in the deep and cold starry sky? The referee was silent. Suyu was a demon, but his fate was not good, and he was destined to fall before the holy gate. He was destined to find it difficult to rise. Calming himself down, the referee silently announced the start of the final battle. The top 10 ranking competition officially begins. In the top 10 ranking competition, they would fight for the Saint Gate's crown. Who would be the king of heaven and earth? Who would be the unparalleled overlord? The answer would be revealed at sunrise the next day. The long battle would take up an entire day and night. Under normal circumstances, the results would only be revealed at sunrise the next day. The rules of the top 10 ranking competition had changed. The referee would then choose one person to challenge the remaining 9 holy geniuses in the arena. If he won, he would continue the challenge. If he lost, the winner would continue the challenge. If one person defeated the remaining 9 holy geniuses in a row and defeated everyone else, he would undoubtedly be crowned the Saint Gates crown. The referee explained the rules clearly and began to take out a number from the black box. Number 20, Zhang Yilin. Step forward. The referee took out a number. Whoosh! In the Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture, a 17-year-old youth with a resolute face stepped onto the arena with steady steps. His disdainful eyes gave off a frightening sense of power. He was calm and confident, giving off an imposing aura that was difficult to surpass. The duel begins now. Zhang Yilin, you have the right to challenge any of the other 9 participants. The referee reiterated. Zhang Yilin crossed his arms, looking at the remaining 9 geniuses of the empire in the preparation area. The first to be swept by the referee was Dong Lin. His injuries had already recovered. Zhang Yilin, do you dare to fight me? Dong Lin was unwilling to lose to Du Yuntian. He wanted to fight again. As long as he defeated Zhang Yilin and became the new arena defender, he would be able to challenge Du Yuntian. Zhang Yilin's eyes swept past him, indifferently shaking his head. You are too weak. You are no match for me. When his eyes fell on Su Yu, his cold gaze froze. However, his gaze still jumped past Su Yu and landed on the person beside Su Yu. In an instant, a boundless battle intent burned in Zhang Yilin's eyes. He let out a majestic roar. Demon King, Chong Nanfei, do you dare to fight me? In the past, Chong Nanfei had challenged Zhang Yilin and defeated him easily. Zhang Yilin could not let go of that grudge. Now that he had comprehended the holy decree, his confidence had multiplied. He wanted to wipe away the humiliation he had suffered. Chong Nanfei laughed. How can a loser like you be so brave? I shall accept your challenge. Whoosh! Chong Nanfei's elegant figure flew across the arena. His fingers were like 2 swords, his gaze fierce. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed, giving off an oppressive feeling. Zhang Yilin slowly lowered his arms. His eyes were filled with humiliation. Losing to Chong Nanfei was a humiliation he would never forget. Whoosh! The 2 of them attacked at the same time, closing in on each other. Lotus sword finger. Chong Nanfei's fingers were surrounded by a green glow and embellished with a white glow. They were like green leaves and white lotuses in summer. Ferocious tiger fist. Zhang Yilin's medium-level cultivation technique was at upper class. With a punch, his fist was like the head of a giant tiger. With the power of a tiger roaring through the forest, it swallowed the enemy in front of it. The piercingly cold wind, coupled with his explosive physique, gave him an awe-inspiring might. Bang, crack. A finger and a fist clashed. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Even though Zhang Yilin's strength was strong, Chong Nanfei's finger technique was gentle and restrained. Bang, crack. The 2 of them continued to fight, their figures flying everywhere. After 50 moves, they were still unable to determine the victor. They had already fought for an hour. Su Yu was secretly anxious. There were only 10 hours left until the Duke of Xinyu's execution. When would it be his turn to fight? Crack! The 2 of them separated, each with their own strengths. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Chong Nanfei's blood was slightly unstable. He had a look of surprise. Compared to half a year ago, Zhang Yilin's abilities had improved greatly. But that was all. Sword points to the heavens. Chong Nanfei displayed the finger technique that he was most proud of. It was a top-level cultivation technique, stage 1 upper class. Half a year ago, Zhang Yilin had been defeated by this finger technique. His 2 fingers were like swords, pointing to the heavens and slicing through the boundless clouds. As the finger attacked, Zhang Yilin had a feeling that there was no way to escape. But the current Zhang Yilin was no longer the same as before. With a cold glow in his eyes, Zhang Yilin entered a strange state. A unique rhythm surrounded his body. From afar, it seemed as if Zhang Yilin's body was covered by a layer of curved light, making his body look somewhat distorted. The eyes of the fiery minister, who was uninterested, lit up. The holy decree! Of the 13 inspectors, other than Fang Yin, the rest of the inspectors were deeply shocked. To think that there would be a holy decree comprehender in this batch. The 12 of them stared at Zhang Yilin, a trace of fear appearing in their eyes. They would not be so surprised if a person could comprehend the holy decree before entering the sanctuary. But once a person became a disciple of the sanctuary and comprehended the holy decree, there was a high chance that he would become a transcendent being in the sanctuary. His status would be even higher than that of an inspector. Fang Yan's cold eyes stared at Su Yu, his heart nervous. What if Su Yu entered the sanctuary and bore a grudge? He was a holy decree comprehender. In the past, he had felt that Su Yu's abilities were weak and that he was not fated to enter the sanctuary. But now that Su Yu had fought his way into the top 10, the chances of him entering the sanctuary were extremely high. Coupled with the fact that Su Yu had comprehended the holy decree, he would become a special being in the sanctuary. His status would be even higher than Fang Yan's. When that time came, wouldn't he be the one to suffer? His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have stood up for his son and expelled Su Yu. But now that things had come to this, there was only one way to stop Su Yu from entering the sanctuary. The fiery minister looked at his disciple, Du Yuntian. When he looked at Zhang Yilin again, his gaze was cold. Yes, not bad. You have comprehended the holy decree. The group of inspectors smiled apologetically, but in their hearts they felt helpless. It looked like the fiery minister was angry that Zhang Yilin had overshadowed his disciple. So much so that Zhang Yilin had only received a not bad evaluation for comprehending the holy decree. Even the fiery minister himself had not comprehended the holy decree. The crowd could see his bias, but they did not dare refute him. 5 light 10 fists. Zhang Yilin's eyes glowed, his fist striking out 10 times. Every punch had a unique rhythm revolving around the center of his palm. Under this unique rhythm, every punch of Zhang Yilin's seemed to be distorted by light, making it difficult for people to determine where the real punch was coming from. Thump, thump, thump. Chong Nanfei's expression changed greatly. The holy decree! You have actually comprehended the holy decree. In a hurry, Chong Nanfei revolved his sword fingers to block. But the 10 punches were extremely strange and distorted, making it difficult to determine their direction. Chong Nanfei only managed to block 3 punches before a distorted punch smashed into his chest. He flew backward and fell off the arena, defeated on the spot. Zhang Yilin withdrew his holy decree and stood firmly on the arena. He was in high spirits, his confidence unprecedented. The joy of avenging his humiliation caused him to once again sigh at the power of his holy decree. Only tens of thousands of geniuses could comprehend the holy decree, and Zhang Yilin alone possessed it. His gaze was fixed on Xia Jingyu's beautiful face in the preparation area, his heart filled with confidence. He believed that after displaying the power of his holy decree, Xia Jingyu would know how to choose. Xia Jingyu's expression was tranquil, her clear eyes like the waters of autumn and winter, clear and serene. She was not the least bit affected by Zhang Yilin's holy decree. Zhang Yilin was slightly stunned. Could it be that his holy decree was not unique and powerful enough? That's right, Su Yu. There was only one person who had comprehended the holy decree, and that was Su Yu. Zhang Yilin's gaze was like cold lightning as he once again shot toward Su Yu. Suyu, I heard that you have also comprehended the holy decree. Why don't you come up and spar with me? As your former senior, I might be able to give you some pointers. Zhang Yilin suppressed his cold intent, his face carrying a relaxed smile. He used a guiding tone to invite Suyu onto the arena. With Zhang Yilin's abilities, as well as his unrivaled holy decree, he naturally had the right to say such words. Suyu's heart relaxed. It was finally his turn to fight. Whoosh! Suyu floated like a swan feather, standing firmly on the arena. His mind was filled with the Duke of Xinyu. There were only 10 hours left to save the Duke of Xinyu. There was only one way for him to save the Duke of Xinyu, and that was to achieve 9 consecutive victories. Starting from Zhang Yilin, Suyu had to defeat all 9 holy geniuses, including Du Yuntian, in one breath without stopping. Show me your holy decree. I will give you a call. Zhang Yilin had a smile. Only by defeating Suyu's holy decree in front of Xia Jingyu could he prove the power of his holy decree. Chapter 57. Zhang Yilin's smile froze, suppressing the anger in his heart. He had yet to settle the score with Suyu for his affair with Xia Jingyu in bed. To think that Suyu would be so arrogant and humiliate him in front of everyone. Zhang Yilin smiled stiffly. Haha, you are confident. As a martial artist, you must be confident. You are not bad at all, Suyu coldly scolded. Noisy! If you want to fight, fight now. If not, get off the stage. His heart was filled with the Duke of Xinyu. Every second mattered, and he could not tolerate Zhang Yilin's hypocritical politeness, being scolded in front of everyone. No matter how hypocritical Zhang Yilin was, he could not help but be angry. Zhang Yilin's face turned red and green. His expression gradually turned grave, no longer concealing the coldness in his eyes. His voice was cold, ridiculous. Let me teach you what it means to respect others. He took a step forward, moving like a tiger or a dragon. In an instant, a unique rhythm spread across the surface of his body. The light flickered, causing Zhang Yilin's body to distort. It was extremely strange. 5 light 10 fists. Zhang Yilin let out a low grunt, throwing out 10 consecutive punches. Every punch, with the support of the holy decree, caused the light to flicker. Before he threw out his punch, it was clearly aimed at Suyu's chest. But in the blink of an eye, his punch was aimed at Suyu's arm, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Suyu's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His deep eyes had turned into a crystalline color. As the 10 punches approached, Suyu moved. Tempest. Against the holy decree, Suyu only used a medium top class cultivation technique. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, Suyu threw out 10 kicks. Every kick accurately countered Zhang Yilin's unpredictable punches. It was as if Suyu knew where Zhang Yilin's punch was going to land, and he could see everything with a single glance. Hence, he was able to accurately land every punch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A total of 10 sounds reverberated throughout the arena. The unique rhythm around Zhang Yilin was forcefully dispersed by Suyu. How is this possible? Zhang Yilin's cold expression was filled with shock. Chong Nanfei could only withstand 3 punches of his holy decree. Suyu seemed to have seen through his holy decree and easily dispelled it. Of course, he didn't know that in order to save time, Suyu didn't hesitate to use his pupils. Zhang Yilin's 5 lights 10 fists were indeed mysterious and unpredictable. But if the speed was slow, how could it be considered mysterious? Usually, in order to train himself, Suyu would not easily use his pupils. However, now that everything was imminent, he would not miss any opportunity to fight for even a second. Suyu did not care about Zhang Yilin's shock. He was expressionless as he closed in on Zhang Yilin. He was still using the top class of a medium-level cultivation technique. It was more than enough to deal with Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin was both shocked and furious as he roared in response. He had only cultivated his medium-level cultivation technique to stage 3 upper class, while Su Yu was at top class. Although Zhang Yilin's cultivation level was one level higher than Su Yu's body was extraordinary. Hence, after being suppressed twice, Su Yu had the upper hand. Boom! Pa! Zhang Yilin was forced to retreat continuously by Su Yu's attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this still the Zhang Yilin who had repelled Chong Nanfei with a single move? In front of Su Yu, he could only take a beating. Zhang Yilin was both embarrassed and furious. He was actually inferior to Su Yu. All this while, in his heart, Su Yu could not withstand a single blow. As long as he was serious, he would naturally be able to defeat Su Yu easily. He had never taken Su Yu seriously. However, now that they were exchanging blows, he realized that he was actually inferior to Su Yu. The huge contrast between the past and the present made it hard for Zhang Yilin to accept the cruel reality, especially since he had been defeated in front of Xia Jingyu. With just 2 kicks, the ice storm had caused Zhang Yilin to feel as if he had been fished out of a snow cellar. His entire body was covered in ice, the coldness penetrating his bones. His body turned stiff, as if he had lost his soul. Scram! Zhang Yilin let out an unwilling roar, opening his mouth to let out a furious roar. Slap! At this moment, Su Yu's leg, covered in ice, mercilessly slapped his mouth. Ah! Zhang Yilin let out a pathetic cry. His open mouth was frozen stiff, unable to close. The saliva in his mouth had turned into ice, filling his mouth. The huge force of his leg mercilessly kicked Zhang Yilin's face, pushing him off the arena. 3 moves. Su Yu had only used 3 moves to fight Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin was pushed off the arena, embarrassed and furious. Su Yu's gaze was cold. It looks like you do not have the right to give me pointers. Your holy decree is only SOSO, not even comparable to a medium-level technique. Previously, when he had seen Zhang Yilin's holy decree, Su Yu had not been as shocked as the others. He had always felt that Zhang Yilin's holy decree was ordinary without any rhythm. Su Yu did not understand. Could it be because he had comprehended the holy decree before? Zhang Yilin's face was burning. Previously, he had said that he would give Su Yu pointers. In the end, it was not even comparable to a medium-level technique. With a deep sense of humiliation, he subconsciously looked toward Xia Jingyu. All he could see was her smiling calmly, looking at Su Yu on the arena. Her clear eyes were filled with admiration. As if sensing Zhang Yilin's gaze, Xia Jingyu glanced over. She shook her head, slightly, coldly withdrawing her gaze. It was as if she was telling Zhang Yilin that his holy decree was only SOSO, able to shatter a medium-level technique. How dare he make such an unreasonable request of her? Pooh! His organs were already shaken, and Xia Jingyu's expression made his blood boil. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Zhang Yilin, the strongest fighter of the Xianyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute, had been completely defeated. Countless people looked up at the purple-robed figure on the arena, deeply shaken. Su Yu wins. The judge was astonished. To think that a middle-tier cultivation technique could defeat a holy decree. To think that such an inconceivable thing would happen right before his eyes. Even though the audience was shocked, the people of the sanctuary were not too surprised. The fiery minister coldly commented, "There are many types of holy decree. There are offensive and supportive holy decrees. Zhang Yilin's holy decree distorts light to create an illusion to subdue his opponent. It is a supportive holy decree and is not very powerful. Once it is seen through, it is as if he is weakened. It is reasonable for him to be defeated. As for Su Yu, he is passable." The fiery minister glanced at Su Yu. The various inspectors secretly nodded. Even though the fiery minister's evaluation of Zhang Yilin was a little belittling, it could not be denied that Zhang Yilin's holy decree was not as powerful as expected. The holy decree was merely the basic requirement to become a holy king. Too many fighters had too much faith in the holy decree, thinking that they would be invincible with the holy decree. They did not know that there were different levels of the holy decree. Zhang Yilin's holy decree had been overestimated, or rather, he had taken it too seriously. The referee looked at Su Yu, noticing that he was slightly weak. Even though using the Tempest did not consume much energy, using the crystalline pupils consumed a lot of energy. This was also why Su Yu did not use it easily. It consumed too much energy, and he could not use it unless it was a critical moment. Su Yu, you will be the arena defender. According to the rules, you can rest for 2 hours after completing a match. You now have 2 hours to prepare for the next match. The referee kindly reminded him. Su Yu lightly exhaled, calming his rising and falling chest. He waved his hands and rejected. No need. Walking to the edge of the arena, Su Yu looked down at the crowd. You, come up here. Su Yu challenged a level 6 lower tier martial artist, the #1 demon of a martial arts training institute from a prefecture. Whoosh! The opponent flew onto the arena, confident and calm. Su Yu, everyone says you are a dark horse, but I do not believe that a dark horse like you can be stronger than me. Thunder Dragon Fist, a middle-level cultivation technique of the upper tier. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, powerful and powerful. A top-notch middle-level cultivation technique. Tempest. Su Yu was expressionless as he faced the attack head-on. Rumble. Ah. With one kick, the opponent's fists froze into ice. With 2 legs, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. With 3 kicks, he was knocked off the arena. 3 moves to defeat the opponent. With a cultivation base of level 5 lower tier, he had suppressed a level 6 demon. The referee loudly announced, Su Yu, 2 consecutive victories. Su Yu's calm eyes did not waver, but he was secretly anxious. The inspector, the cabinet elder's comments, the referee's recording, and the entire battle process took a full hour. The lengthy process made Su Yu anxious. After 2 consecutive battles, Su Yu only had 8 hours left. As for him, he still had 7 opponents, each stronger than the last. Even though he felt that his stamina was slightly depleted, Su Yu did not have a second to rest. You, come up. The referee was surprised. After 3 consecutive battles, anyone would have expended a lot of energy. Why was Su Yu so anxious? Some people started to notice that something was wrong. It seemed that Su Yu was in a hurry, giving up on his rest time. Only the first prince had a mocking expression. Everything is under my control. Su Yu, watch how I play you to death. The third battle. Snake 7 steps. Tempest. Ah, Su Yu. 3 consecutive victories. The 4th battle. I don't believe it. Let's see how long you can last. Tempest. Ah, Su Yu for consecutive victories. The 5th battle. Humph. Let me rest first. I disdain to fight with someone with weak stamina. It is an unfair victory. Tempest. Ah, 5 consecutive victories. At this point, Su Yu had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. He only needed 4 consecutive victories to become the champion of the holy meat and obtain the promise of a holy king. Now, there were only 4 hours left before the Duke of Xinyu would be executed. As for Su Yu, he had expended a lot of energy. His face was pale and he was panting heavily. The audience was incredulous. He had expended a lot of energy. The further he went, the weaker his stamina became. Coupled with the fact that his opponents were getting stronger, Su Yu's chances of consecutive victories were getting slimmer. Is he crazy? He has already fought 5 consecutive battles. I don't know, it seems like he is in a hurry. The referee could not bear to watch and sternly scolded. Su Yu, immediately rest for 2 hours. Su Yu waved his hands, panting heavily as he walked to the edge of the arena. He dragged his exhausted body and pointed to the 6th person. Xia Jingyu, you and I will fight. He did not have time. He did not have time. thinking about the Duke of Xianyu's imminent execution. He was extremely anxious. Xia Jingyu was the only one other than Su Yu who had not reached level 6, but had fought her way into the top 10. This meant that Xia Jingyu was exceptional and her abilities were extraordinary. Xia Jingyu's clear eyes reflected Su Yu's exhausted figure. He was clearly beginning to weaken, but he still had to force himself to continue. His anxiety, his stubbornness, and his eagerness were all transmitted to Xia Jingyu's heart. Was it worth it for a favor? Xia Jingyu felt that it was not worth it for Su Yu. But in her heart, Xia Jingyu was happy to have met a friend who valued relationships as much as his own life. Whoosh! Xia Jingyu flew onto the arena. She stared at Su Yu for a moment and gave him a look of encouragement. She then turned around and flew off the arena. Her face was expressionless as she returned to the preparation area. The referee was stunned for a moment before announcing, "Xia Jingyu has voluntarily admitted defeat. Su Yu, 6 consecutive victories." Su Yu's heart was filled with warmth. He bowed deeply toward Xia Jingyu, his heart filled with gratitude. It was Dong Lin's turn. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He had lost to Du Yuntian at the same time that Su Yu had defeated Chong Nanfei. This was to accentuate that Dong Lin was inferior to Su Yu. In particular, he noticed that the third prince had pinned his hopes on Su Yu. This hope should have belonged to him, Dong Lin. The unwillingness and anger burned in his heart. In reality, his abilities were above Chong Nanfei's. After all, his medium-level cultivation technique had been cultivated to stage 1 lower class, while Chong Nanfei's medium-level cultivation technique had only been cultivated to stage 1 upper class. "Su Yu, I will challenge you. I want to see how you are stronger than me." Dong Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 58. Su Yu had already experienced his arrogance. However, they were both competing for the holy crown with the third prince. Despite knowing that Su Yu was physically weak, he still stubbornly challenged him. Had he not considered the third prince? The third prince's life depended on Su Yu's victory. At the end of the day, he only cared about his own glory, not the safety of the third prince. What made Su Yu even more anxious was that he was running out of time. Behind him, there was still Chong Nanfei who could tangle with him for at least half an hour. But he only had less than half an hour left. Pointing at him, Su Yu said coldly, "Come up here. I will grant you a fight." "Humph! What are you? Do you think you are worthy of a reward?" Dong Lin stepped onto the arena, his eyes filled with disdain. "Make your move. Your limelight ends here. I am the only opponent for Du Yuntian." Dong Lin stood with his hands behind his back, arrogant and conceited. Su Yu loathed this man. Although Du Yuntian was conceited, he had the right to be conceited. With a cultivation base of level 6 upper tier, he could crush everyone present. However, Dong Lin had no self-awareness and was blindly conceited. After being defeated by Du Yuntian in 2 moves, he did not reflect on his shortcomings. Instead, his conceit did not diminish. It was simply unreasonable. This kind of person could only be beaten awake with a fist. Seeing that Su Yu did not attack immediately, Dong Lin became impatient. "Forget it. I'll make a move and send you off." Nine-pulse divine sword. Layer after layer of Jinqi seeped out from his body and gathered between his 9 fingers. Like 9 divine swords, they slashed down from the sky. His attacks were ruthless, merciless, and cold. What accompanied it was Dong Lin's arrogance and conceit. The strong energy caused the hair in front of Su Yu's forehead to flutter. His eyes, which were as deep as the ancient starry sky, shone with a bright light. Z. Star. God. Lightning. Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. A pair of purple palms, which were flickering with lightning, suddenly extended. Arcs of lightning danced, exuding a destructive aura. At first glance, Su Yu's fist seemed to be controlling supreme thunderbolts, sweeping across the world with the power to destroy everything. Rumble! Dong Lin's 9 divine swords were shattered by the destructive lightning. A pair of fists wrapped in angry thunder suddenly smashed into his face. Chi. His face was instantly scorched and covered in blood. Traces of burnt smell came from the burnt area. The intense pain caused Dong Lin's arrogant face to swell up like a pig's head, and he let out miserable screams. Bang! Su Yu struck Dong Lin with the purple star thunderbolt once again. Dong Lin's chest was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. As for himself, his body flew backward and heavily smashed below the arena. Wow! Dong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually defeated in 2 moves. Su Yu looked down at him in disgust. Just so. Your arrogance and conceit are truly foolish and ignorant. He had no time to waste on Dong Lin, so he had no choice but to reveal his saint-level cultivation technique in advance. Puff! Dong Lin was so infuriated that he spat out another mouthful of blood. As he looked at Su Yu, his eyes were filled with anger and deep shock. That terrifying punch actually made him unable to resist at all. What kind of cultivation technique was that? On the VIP seats except for Fang Yin, the rest of the inspectors all revealed a bewildered expression. Then, could it be a Saint-tier cultivation technique? In the Fenglin Empire, besides the imperial family, who else possesses a Saint-tier cultivation technique? The fiery minister's eyes flashed with surprise for the first time. It was actually a Saint-tier cultivation technique. It was rumored that only 1 in 10,000 geniuses could comprehend such a cultivation technique. Those who were slightly less talented would need several years to successfully comprehend it. Su Yu, a representative of the imperial family, had actually comprehended a Saint-tier cultivation technique. Even Du Yuntian could not do it, but this nameless person had done it? The fiery minister was unhappy. He looked at Su Yu with a slightly cold gaze. Yes, it is still all right. It is just a small part of a saint-level cultivation technique. The inspectors were speechless. Comprehending a saint-tier cultivation technique was just not bad. Moreover, this person's comprehension of a saint-tier cultivation technique was not superficial. Looking at his level of attainment, he was probably very close to stage 1 lower class. Among those present, even Du Yuntian's level of comprehension was not as strong as Su Yu's. Even if the fiery minister was biased, there should be a limit, right? But everyone felt helpless. Su Yu was extremely powerful. What could they do? Even if they reported the matter to the Holy King, the fiery minister would still throw a tantrum. The Holy King might not punish him. The referees shouted excitedly, 7 consecutive victories. Su Yu, 7 consecutive victories. 9 consecutive victories was the title of Holy King. Su Yu was only 2 steps away, but the referee, who was close by, could sense that Su Yu's situation was extremely bad. He had used up more than 70% of his physical strength. In the next match, his opponent was Chong Nanfei. At his peak, with the help of the Purple Star Thunderbolt, Su Yu would definitely win. But in his current state, he might not even be able to defeat Chong Nanfei, let alone the strongest person, Du Yuntian, whose abilities were unfathomable. Su Yu's gaze shot toward the preparation area. There were only 2 people left. Brother Chong, please come up and fight. Before this, Chong Nanfei had not been satisfied and had threatened to fight again. Chong Nanfei had a complicated expression. He stood up and sighed. I disdain taking advantage of others when they are down. I admit defeat for this match. Although he did not know why Su Yu was so persistent, he did not want to take advantage of others when they were down. As he spoke, he glanced at Dong Lin with disdain. People like Dong Lin were arrogant and narrow-minded. Chong Nanfei looked down on people like him. Su Yu was extremely grateful. Thank you, Brother Chong. He had not pretended. He had used his eyes to their fullest potential in 6 consecutive matches. His physical strength had been greatly depleted, and he had also expended a lot of energy during the battles. He was now at his limit. Only the referee, who was close by, could see that Suyu's body and legs were trembling. This was a sign that his physical strength had been depleted. But Suyu's eyes were filled with joy. He had spared no expense to fight for time. When he reached Duyuntian, he still had 2 hours left. 2 hours was enough for him to finish the last match. Suyu 8 consecutive victories, the referee solemnly announced. The next match was the 9th match, the battle for the Holy Crown. Would Suyu be able to overcome Duyuntian and take the crown? The audience was dead silent. They silently watched the purple-robed youth who had defeated 8 geniuses from the Empire in one go. The continuous purple-robed battle silhouettes and the astonishing 8 consecutive victories had shaken their hearts. Suyu suppressed his abnormal weakness and shot his gaze toward the last person, Duyuntian. The holy meet was now in its final match. Suyu's match would determine the lives of the Duke of Xinyu, the third prince, and Suyu himself. If he won this match, the 3 of them could come back from the dead. If he lost, they would all be buried in the holy meet. At that moment, in the outskirts of the imperial city, 2 youths had left the city in disguise. They were sneakily heading toward a sparsely populated area. One of them was a level 6 peak, the other a level 5 peak. If Suyu was there, he would have recognized them as Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qin, who had chased him for thousands of miles. If the first prince was there, he would have recognized them as the 2 hidden dangers that he had decided to kill. But not only did the 2 of them not die, they even escaped from the imperial city together. Brother Bai, I will remember your kindness and will definitely repay you in the future. Bodyguard Qin cupped his hands and thanked him. Bai Qixiong lightly waved his hands. No need. You and I are both in the same boat. It is only natural for us to help each other. It turned out that when the first prince had ordered Bai Qixiong to kill bodyguard Qin, Bai Qixiong had realized that he might become a sacrificial pawn. First prince, do you really think that you are the only smart person in the world? Bai Qixiong coldly grunted. Since I helped you to kill the bearer of the Holy Seal, I naturally expected that you would kill me. How could I let you get away with it so easily? Moreover, do you really think that I do not know that the technique you gave me was a saint-level technique that the royal family treasured? Since I have already read the technique, how could you let me live? As for taking bodyguard Qin away, Bai Qixiong did not have good intentions. Once the pursuers came, bodyguard Qin would be able to disperse some of the enemy troops. Why not? It would not be too late to send bodyguard Qin on his way after they left the Empire's borders. The 2 of them narrowly escaped from the heavily guarded imperial city and were preparing to head into the forest. But Bai Qixiong's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly turned his head, his pupils dilating and his face turning pale. Grand Tutor. Bai Qixiong took a deep breath. His heart sank and his face turned pale. The soles of bodyguard Qin's feet felt cold, and he was scared out of his wits. Trembling in fear, he said, "The first prince's teacher, Lord Grand Preceptor." Behind them, an old man in a red robe had appeared mysteriously. His facial features were gloomy, and he had a cold smile on his face. He, 2 kids, do you really think that you can escape from the first prince? The Grand Tutor sneered. There are too many people in the imperial city. It is not convenient for me to take action. That is why I have been following you. Now that you have come to a desolate place, you have chosen a quiet and peaceful place. The Grand Tutor had been following them secretly. Bai Qixiong's throat seemed to be blocked by something. At this moment, any pleading would be meaningless. He was a thorn in the first prince's side. He had to die. Bai Qixiong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly attacked. This attack was not aimed at the Grand Tutor. Bai Qixiong could not even defend against a level 7 elite with one finger. He was attacking bodyguard Qin. Wow, why would bodyguard Qin be wary of Bai Qixiong? His back was hit by the palm, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly pounced towards the Grand Tutor as if he had been hit by a boat. Struggle before death. The Grand Tutor was disdainful. He casually waved his sleeves, and bodyguard Chen was hit heavily in the air. He was thrown to the side and fell heavily on the ground. He fainted, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Bai Qixiong took this opportunity to activate all his vital energy and escape. If I let you escape from my hands, wouldn't it be a joke? The Grand Tutor sneered and flicked his finger. A wisp of vital energy was released and shot out. The vital energy was as fast as lightning. Bai Qixiong did not even have time to react before his leg was hit. Blood immediately gushed out. He staggered and fell to the ground. The Grand Tutor moved like lightning. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent as he slammed his palm towards Bai Qixiong's head. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a figure flew out of the desolate forest. Looking at his posture, he was in a hurry, and this was just an accident. You are Bai Qixiong? The newcomer recognized Bai Qixiong and was slightly surprised. Bai Qixiong looked up. Not only was there no joy on his face, but he was also shocked. You are Qiu Chang Jian. A tall, fair-skinned, and extraordinarily handsome young man in white clothes descended from the forest. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His expression was calm, and there was not a trace of a martial artist's aura around him. He did not look fierce at all. He was just like an ordinary young man. The Grand Tutor's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Qiu Changjian from head to toe. His killing intent was revealed, and he said gloomily, "Young man, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming at the wrong time." If news of him killing someone to keep them quiet spread, it would inevitably cause trouble for the first prince. After all, killing 2 or 3 was still the same. Whoosh! The Grand Tutor flicked his finger, and a wisp of vital energy pierced through the air and headed straight for Qiu Changjian's head. Qiu Changjian frowned. Humph. He gently waved his sleeve a few feet away. It was clearly a casual attack, but it instantly stirred up a violent wave of vital energy. It was majestic and vast, like the roar of the sea with raging waves. The Grand Tutor's wisp of vital energy was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly melting away. The majestic vital energy did not lose its momentum and crashed into the Grand Tutor. Wah! Chapter 59. Qiu Changjian looked at the Grand Tutor Bai Qixiong and the unconscious bodyguard Qin. His eyes filled with suspicion. Tell me, what happened? Qiu Changjian looked at Bai Qixiong coldly. Bai Qixiong's heart trembled, his eyes stinging. He could not meet Qiu Changjian's gaze. Bai Qixiong wanted to hide the truth, but under Qiu Changjian's gaze, his courage to lie disappeared. Even the monarch did not give him such pressure. Knowing what had happened, Qiu Changjian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Follow me. Whoosh! Qiu Changjian flew toward the imperial capital. In the imperial capital's prison, in a cell, a middle-aged man was haggard, his hair disheveled. His right arm was empty. He was a one-armed prisoner. The man raised his head, looking through the skylight of the prison. Sienna and Yuer should be safe now. The man's aged face was filled with kindness and relief. He was the Duke of Xinyu. The handsome face of the past was gone, replaced by a thin and haggard face, lonely and desolate. Walala! The chains on the prison door were unlocked. The head of the prison had a cold expression, followed by 2 burly men. The Duke of Xinyu's expression was emotionless. He calmly turned around, his voice hoarse but calm. Finally, let's go. It was only a matter of time before the first prince got rid of him. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Sienna and Suyu were safe and sound. He had nothing to worry about and could calmly meet his death. The moon was cold and the stars were dim. In the boundless night, the execution grounds of the empire were brightly lit. The Duke of Xinyu knelt on the execution platform. His expression was calm, his eyes calm. The Duke of Xinyu has rebelled. His crimes are unforgivable. He shall be executed tonight. The judge coldly announced. After a slight pause, the judge calmly asked, "Do you have any last words before you die?" Although the Duke of Shinyu was a prisoner, his demeanor and aura were still that of a duke. His royal aura could not be concealed. The Duke of Shinyu raised his head, gazing at the starry sky. "Last words? Tell the first prince that one day there will be someone who will take his head for me." He had a gratified smile on his face. "One of the things that I am most proud of in my life is not the fact that I am in control of a region, but the fact that I betrothed Siener to Suyu. He is a sentimental person. One day he will return to the imperial capital to avenge me." The Duke of Shinyu had no doubts about this. The judge snorted coldly, shameless boasting. "Today I will behead you, and tomorrow I will behead Suyu. You have conspired to commit treason and killed the heir of the imperial family. You deserve to be executed." The calm expression of the Duke of Shinyu froze. "Suyu?" Suyu was in the Fenghuang Empire. What did it mean that he would be executed tomorrow? The executioner sneered. "Duke of Shinyu, you still do not know, but your son-in-law is currently at the holy meat, trying in vain to snatch the holy crown to save you." "What?" The pupils of the usually calm Duke of Shinyu shrank. The sudden news struck him like a bolt of lightning. In order to save him, Suyu traveled thousands of miles to the imperial capital? Did he not know that with his strength, going against the imperial family would only result in death? Did he not know that the imperial capital was the first prince's base camp, and that he would not be able to return? Did he not know that at the holy meet, the chances of him turning the tables were slim, less than 1 in 10,000? Why did he do this? The Duke of Shinyu was greatly moved. His aged body could not help but tremble. 2 lines of tears rolled down from his aged eyes. His lips trembled, as if something was stuck in his throat. He felt both sad and gratified. The Shinyu prefecture was thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. Suyu had to avoid assassinations and travel at the same time. How did he reach the imperial capital? Was he bullied along the way? Was he hungry? Was he cold? How is he now? Thinking about this, the Duke of Shinyu felt guilty and indignant. His chest was filled with self-blame. He had implicated Suyu, implicated this child. He had thought that Suyu would avenge him, but he did not think that Suyu would come to the imperial capital to save him. Why are you so foolish? Is it worth it for an old man like me?" The Duke of Shinyu roared with tears streaming down his face. The judge was cold and merciless, throwing down the token, "Kill!" The executioner raised his giant knife. The cold edge of the knife gave off a cold glow under the moonlight. You must live." The long knife fell. The Duke of Shinyu had tears streaming down his face as he roared. A head flew into the air, drawing a poignant arc in the air. The holy arena, the ultimate battle. Suyu and Du Yuntian. One was a nobody, the other was renowned throughout the world. One was an arrow at the end of its flight, the other was used to it. Who was stronger and who was weaker? The outcome of the battle had been decided before it even began. Du Yuntian held a cold sword in his arms, his eyes as cold as ice. "It is not bad that you have come this far, but this is the end." Clang! The sword in Du Yuntian's hand was unsheathed. It was like a cold ray of light piercing through the sky, held in his hand. For someone who had comprehended a saint-level technique, it was worth Du Yuntian unsheathing his sword. But it was only unsheathing his sword. Flowing cold sword. Du Yuntian slashed with his long sword. The sword light was cold, and the cold air was threatening. It was like ice and snow encircling the night sky. The sword was like a graceful swan, piercing through the sky, aiming for Suyu's vital point, his heart. The inspector's expressions changed. The holy meat had clearly stipulated that killing was strictly prohibited. But Du Yuntian's move was clearly flouting the holy meat's rules, killing in public. The fiery minister's wrinkled face slightly trembled, but he quickly regained his cool. Swords have no eyes. What is there to fuss about? Du Yuntian knows what he is doing. other than Fang Yin, who was secretly pleasantly surprised. The 12 inspectors watched with trepidation. How could Du Yuntian know what he was doing? He was clearly trying to kill Suyu. The fiery minister was too biased. In order to protect Du Yuntian, he did not even care about the rules. But the 12 inspectors kept quiet out of fear, not daring to have any objections. The fiery minister had always been in charge of the holy meat of the Fenglin Empire. It could be said that he had absolute power. Today's matter, he could completely suppress it. Although the 12 inspectors could not bear to see Suyu die, they could not help but cast sympathetic looks at Suyu. This was a competition that had already been decided. Su, you should not have come to the imperial capital. The cold sword was filled with murderous intent. Su Yu's pupils slightly shrank, his heart cold. Su, you had already predicted this scene. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, causing the first prince to panic. In order to eliminate future trouble, he would not allow Su Yu to enter the sanctuary. Putting him to death in the arena was his last resort. He glanced at the fiery minister, who had no intention of stopping Su Yu. Su Yu felt a chill in his heart. The dignified minister of the sanctuary was openly bending the law, treating the lives of others like ants. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Su Yu angrily threw a punch. Creak! Purple lightning arcs danced, full of destructive energy. Boom! Clang! The two collided head-on. Du Yuntian stood his ground, but Su Yu staggered 3 steps back. There was a faint trace of blood on his fists. Du Yuntian's cultivation level was definitely higher than Su Yu's. At the same time, Su Yu had only scratched the surface of Purple Star Thunderbolt and had not even reached stage 1 lower class. Although its power was great, it could not make up for the gap between their cultivation levels. Du Yuntian was surprised. He was confident that he could kill Su Yu with 1 strike, but he only managed to make Su Yu retreat 3 steps and leave a bloody mark on his fists. Du Yuntian's eyes suddenly turned cold, his expression cold and murderous. My next strike will grant you death. Flowing cloud sword. Swoosh, the air exploded. The cold sword in Du Yuntian's hand instantly flowed with white light. It was like a blazing sun, emitting a dazzling light that was difficult to look at directly. The 13 inspectors' expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. High-grade cultivation technique, great perfection. The fiery minister's indifferent eyes revealed gratification. Under his guidance, Du Yuntian had made rapid progress. It was reasonable for him to comprehend a top-class cultivation technique. The next step was to guide him in comprehending a saint-level cultivation technique. The fiery minister was very satisfied with his chosen disciple. This strike was aimed directly at Su Yu's head. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Su Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He lightly exhaled, instantly entering a wonderful state. At this moment, it was as if he had entered a painting, harmonizing with heaven and earth, becoming one with all things in nature. In the eyes of the audience, the purple figure seemed to have left the mortal world and become a person in the painting. Su Yu raised his finger high, then casually swiped it down. This finger seemed to shatter the heavens, breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth. This finger seemed to shatter mountains and rivers, cutting through the sky for thousands of miles. His fingers moved very slowly, forming a sharp contrast with the azure flowing flying cloud sword. However, it was a close shave as it collided with the tip of the flowing cloud sword. The sword that could split the heavens under this finger actually let out a whimper. Thud, thud, thud. Du Yuntian took 3 steps back, his hand numb, his eyes filled with horror. This was the holy decree. The 12 inspectors and the fiery minister were all moved. Zhang Yilin's holy decree had made their expressions calm without a ripple. But Su Yu's holy decree had moved them at the same time. Another holy decree, comprehender. What a powerful holy decree, far beyond Zhang Yilin's level. The fiery minister's old face turned serious for the first time. Such a powerful holy decree was extremely rare. How did Suyu do it? After a moment of shock, the fiery minister's nostrils flared. Just a tiny bit of it, average. The veins on the foreheads of the inspectors were twitching. Such a powerful holy decree was considered average? The inspectors did not dare compliment the fiery minister's breadth of mind. In order to favor his appointed disciple, he had thrown away his dignity and lied through his teeth. If not for the absolute suppression of cultivation levels, the fiery minister's precious disciple might not even be able to withstand a single blow from Suyu. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu took 5 steps back, a metallic taste in his throat. Even with his strongest holy decree, Suyu was still no match for Du Yuntian. Absolute suppression of cultivation levels, top-class cultivation techniques. Suyu had encountered an unprecedented opponent. Feeling the pain in his hand, Du Yuntian's brows furrowed. This was the first time someone of his generation had been able to repel him while he was using his strongest attack. Let's see how long you can last. Du Yuntian roared, taking the initiative to attack. He could see that Suyu was not feeling well after taking his attack head-on. Furthermore, using the holy decree was extremely taxing on his physical strength. Suyu's physical strength was extremely depleted, and it would be difficult for him to fight for long. Clang! Du Yuntian charged forward again, trying to kill Suyu in midair. Suyu's eyes flashed black, and an invisible sword slashed toward Du Yuntian. Diabolic sword. Creak. Chapter 60. However, on Du Yuntian's neck, an ancient jade pendant exuded a gentle green brilliance, blocking the invisible sword, a high-level soul defense treasure. The first prince was indeed guarding against him, preparing a soul defense treasure for Du Yuntian in advance. With a sneer, Du Yuntian thrust his cold sword toward Suyu's head and coldly shouted, "Die!" At the critical moment, Suyu activated his holy decree and tried to resist. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu took 5 steps back, a trace of blood flowing from his mouth. Du Yuntian coldly grunted and flew up. Clang, bang, bang. The 2 figures danced on the arena. Suyu's internal organs were shaken, but Du Yuntian's hand was completely torn, his hand full of blood, and the hand holding the sword could not help but tremble. It was difficult to determine who was superior in this battle. 10 moves passed, 30 moves passed, 50 moves passed, an hour passed. Suyu was anxious. There was only an hour left before the execution of the Duke of Xinyu, and there was still no hope of victory. Worst of all, Suyu's physical strength was exhausted, he had lost his agility, and he was almost killed by the sword several times. Although Du Yuntian had difficulty holding the sword, his physical strength was far superior to Suyu's. Below the arena, the third prince's eyes shone brightly as the purple shadow danced. He had never thought that Suyu could come this far. At some point in time, the first prince had changed from a lazy, sitting posture to a serious one. His relaxed expression had vanished, replaced by a deep sense of nervousness. Suyu was too strong, more than twice as strong as he had been in the Xinyu prefecture. It was difficult for him to predict the outcome of this battle. An unprecedented panic welled up in his heart. If Suyu won, the first thing he would do if he did not kill the first prince would be to kill him. Reporting to the first prince, "The Duke of Xinyu has been executed an hour ago," a guard reported. The first prince raised his eyebrows. "What? Wasn't it supposed to be at midnight? Who told you to do it an hour earlier?" But suddenly the first prince quickly glanced at the anxious state of the arena, and a cold expression appeared. "Is the Duke of Xinyu's head here?" "Here it is." The guard presented a black box. Since the eldest prince had personally ordered for the execution, it was naturally necessary for the eldest prince to examine it. Thus, the guard carried it with him. When the box was opened, A thin and haggard head with a withered face was lying quietly in the box. Who else could it be but the Duke of Xinyu? With a cold smile, the first prince casually tossed the head in the black box out of the arena, behind Suyu. Everyone in the preparation area was shocked to see a head rolling on the ground. When they looked over, their expressions changed. Xia Jingyu was startled. When she recognized the face of the head, her body trembled violently. Xia Linxian gasped, "The Duke of Xinyu!" Suyu, who was engrossed in his battle with Du Yuntian, subconsciously turned his head when he heard those words. However, when he turned around, he saw the scene that he was most unwilling to see in his life. A cold head lay quietly on his back. Although thin, haggard, the eyes that had once looked down on him, the face that had once been as kind as a father's, the face that had once held tears in his eyes amidst the raging flames. It was the Duke of Xinyu whom he had risked his life to save. A desolate smile remained on the cold head, and old tears streamed down his face as he recounted the grief he felt for Suyu before his death. Suyu could almost see the Duke of Xinyu's old tears streaming down his face as he held sorrowfully at the sky, telling Suyu to quickly escape and survive. It was like the day the Xinyu prefecture fell into disaster, like the Duke of Xinyu's sorrowful roar before his death. His eyes lost focus. Suyu could not believe the cold head in front of him. It was not yet midnight, there was still an hour. He had given his all, risking his life to fight for every minute and second. Why did he still die in front of him? Once again, he had died in front of him. The memories of the Duke of Xinyu's every word, every smile, every word, every action. It was so far away, but it was as if it had happened just yesterday. It was so clear, so warm, so imprinted in his heart. But now, everything had turned cold. That day, the Duke of Xinyu was engulfed by the boundless flames, leaving Suyu with a desolate smile. That smile was a farewell. He had not been able to save the Duke of Xinyu. In the end, he had not been able to save the Duke of Xinyu. No. Suyu came back to his senses, staring at the cold head, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. An unprecedented hatred rumbled in his heart like thousands of thunderbolts. That hatred seemed to burst his chest, as if it wanted to destroy the world, as if it wanted to destroy all the shackles of heaven and earth. "First Prince, I will kill you." Suyu's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a deafening roar. Endless hatred and murderous intent pierced through the heavens, burning the mountains and rivers, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. Those who heard it were shocked, their hearts pounding, and their backs were cold. The first prince, who had a sneer on his face, felt his heart thump wildly. But Suyu's absent-mindedness made the first prince's eyes flash with the cold smile of a victor, provoking Suyu, causing him to lose his composure, and creating an opportunity for Du Yuntian to kill him with a single sword strike. This was the first prince's plan. Du Yuntian's hair stood on end from Suyu's hatred, but he caught the hint in the first prince's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. Flowing cloud sword. The long sword in Du Yuntian's hand, like a graceful swan, pierced toward Suyu's back with a cold arc. No. Xia Jingyu's beautiful face turned pale, and her figure moved like the wind to rescue Suyu. But it was too late. Du Yuntian's sword had already pierced into Suyu's back, but just as he was about to pierce Suyu's heart with his sword, bang! A stream of air appeared out of thin air, spiraling around Suyu's body. The energy was so strong that Du Yuntian and his sword were shaken away. A breakthrough on the spot. A big breakthrough across levels. Du Yuntian turned pale with fright. Everyone was shocked. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Suyu's mind was on the verge of collapse, and his eyes were bloodshot. His chest, soul, and heart were all filled with unprecedented hatred. The drastic change in his spirit caused the blood in his body to boil wildly. At the third prince's residence, he had swallowed a large number of extremely expensive natural treasures, but most of them had settled in his flesh and blood, unable to be stimulated. Now, after 9 consecutive battles, his physical strength was exhausted to the limit, and his body was forced to release the precipitated medicinal power. With his blood boiling crazily, the medicinal power was fully stimulated, and he finally achieved a huge breakthrough. He had broken through from level 5 lower tier to level 5 peak in one fell swoop, crossing 2 whole levels. These were just the visible breakthroughs. There are even more amazing changes. The 9-dragon cauldron that occupied Su Yu's mind buzzed and vibrated under the violent shock of Su Yu's spirit. 2 drops of red liquid slid out at the same time. In the past, it would only drip 1 drop at most. Today, Su Yu's spirit had undergone a drastic change. The 9-dragon cauldron sensed it and shook violently. Tick-tock! The clear sound of a silver bell resounded in his mind. The 2 Su Yu's souls had completely merged, and there were no longer any barriers. His soul was unprecedentedly ethereal, unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, Su Yu's soul had undergone a qualitative change, and his perception of everything was much stronger. After Diabolic Sword had reached stage 3 lower tier, there had been no further progress. At this moment, with his unprecedentedly powerful soul, there was no longer any hindrance, and an incomparably profound understanding lingered in his heart. The 3rd stage Great Success and 3rd stage Great Completion, which were previously difficult to understand, suddenly became clear. Diabolic Sword had been completely cultivated to top class. Purple Star Thunderbolt had always been an insurmountable barrier away from stage 1 lower tier, and it had been difficult to break through. Now, with the sudden change in his soul, there was no difficulty. Even the incomparably mysterious Holy Decree had a deeper level of understanding in the qualitative change of his soul. Su Yu faintly felt that perhaps he had been walking the wrong path on the path of the Holy Decree. The audience gasped. A breakthrough on the spot. Among the martial artists, there was no lack of rumors of breakthroughs on the spot. Often, after experiencing setbacks, they would gain enlightenment and break through on the spot. Su Yu had actually broken through during the final battle, and it was a powerful leaping breakthrough. Countless martial artists were envious and amazed. Su Yu's life had changed drastically. Being stimulated was one reason, but the countless treasures in his body were the most important. Otherwise, how could he have broken through? Although the others were envious, it was all too late for Su Yu. The Duke of Xinyu was dead. The Duke of Xinyu, whom he had wholeheartedly wanted to save, had fallen in the hands of a villain. Now that his cultivation level had skyrocketed, so what if he won the Holy Crown? The Duke of Xinyu could not be resurrected. Although Du Yuntian was surprised, he quickly calmed down. Flowing Cloud Sword. Du Yuntian's murderous intent soared to the sky. Taking advantage of Su Yu's absent-minded state, a cold, long sword suddenly slashed toward his neck. This sword was fierce and domineering. Under this sword, a head would surely be sent flying with hot blood. In this regard, the fiery minister was indifferent to Su Yu's life. Whoosh! The cold sword was about to pierce Su Yu's neck. With a flick of the wrist, Su Yu's head would be sent flying. Get lost! Su Yu suddenly turned back, a pair of blood-red eyes bursting with monstrous hatred. The sharp tip of the sword was only an inch away from Su Yu's throat. Being stared at by Su Yu's blood-red eyes at such a close distance, Du Yuntian was terrified. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but then he remembered that this was a competition arena with the fiery minister present. What would Su Yu dare to do to him? His eyes flashing, Du Yuntian did not retreat. Instead, he clenched his teeth, exerted strength in his palm, and pierced the remaining tip of the sword into Su Yu's throat. Crack! But Du Yuntian's hand was empty. The long sword had been snatched away by Su Yu, broken in half. Du Yuntian was horrified. His sword was made of cold iron. How could it be so easily broken? Creak! Su Yu's fists pulsed with a deep purple arc. like a ball of purple flame burning between his palms. Purple. Star. God. Thunder. Su Yu's voice was hoarse, piercing through the clouds. Hatred and sorrow had destroyed his voice. His voice was low, like metal, piercing and sharp, containing a cold, murderous intent. Rumble, Du Yuntian's sneak attack had failed. How could he avoid it when Su Yu was so close? In a panic, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Su Yu's attack. Even though he had broken through to level 5 peak, he still had an absolute cultivation level advantage. What could Su Yu do to him? However, the moment the pair of purple fists bombarded his body, Du Yuntian's expression changed. Creak! The moment the purple flames touched his arms, they instantly burned bloody holes in his arms. His hard bones were easily burned through, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. The purple flames did not slow down, penetrating his arms and striking his chest. Creak, wow. Chapter 61. His body flew backward, rapidly, flew out of the arena, and smashed heavily onto the ground. Taking a closer look, Du Yuntian's arms had exploded into pieces, leaving only a layer of skin connecting them. His chest was badly mutilated, and squirming internal organs could be faintly seen. The dazzling redness flowed through his entire body. His aura was weak and his life was in danger. Du Yuntian was beaten half to death with just one punch? How terrifying was Su Yu's abilities after experiencing such a drastic change and breaking through? The 13 inspectors' expressions changed, and their eyes flickered with the flames of fear. Thunder fire! The purple flame was not fire. Rather, it was a flame condensed from a dense concentration of lightning bolts. It was thunder flame. Its might was far stronger than lightning. Just what kind of saint-tier cultivation method could actually cultivate thunder fire? But right now, it wasn't the time to marvel at the lightning and fire. Du Yuntian's life was in danger, and he was beaten half to death. The fiery minister would not let this matter rest. As expected, the fiery minister's expression was as gloomy as water. Raging flames burned in his eyes, and his intense killing intent was forcefully suppressed. Even if Du Yuntian was saved, he would be crippled. His arms could not be restored, and he would be useless for the rest of his life. A majestic aura came pressing down. Boundless rage surged and rumbled. The thunderous voice that contained anger was like a heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's heart. How dare you? He actually dared to use such a vicious method in the holy meat. In the name of the Saint Pavilion Master, I hereby announce that your Saint Gate qualifications are revoked. At that moment, Su Yu had undoubtedly defeated Du Yuntian and was fully deserving of the title of Holy King. Within the empire, no one in the same generation could compete with him. However, the fiery minister had disqualified him from entering the Holy Gate. The crown that he had obtained was gone. While the crowd was shocked, they were also infuriated. They all felt that it was unfair for Su Yu. Du Yuntian's every move was fatal. Why didn't the fiery minister stop him? Now that he was severely injured by Su Yu, the fiery minister punished him severely. Was there any justice in the sacred region? The holy image of the 2 words, holy domain, in the hearts of countless cultivators instantly dimmed. Su Yu did not even look at the fiery minister. He walked down the stage step by step without even turning his head back. His voice was hoarse, cold, and desolate. The Duke is dead. To me, the Holy Crown is neither here nor there. Since the regional king was already dead, what was the point of obtaining the sacred crown? There was only one thing left to do. That was to kill the first prince. Quick! Protect your majesty. The first prince's face was filled with fear, and his heart was filled with unease. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 guards at level 6 lower tier had grave expressions on their faces. They covered the first prince and hurriedly retreated from the arena. At this moment, the first prince was filled with regret. If he had known that he would provoke Su Yu into breaking through, he would not have asked to kill the Duke of Xinyu. In fact, He had been wrong ever since he had tried to punish the Duke of Xianyu. Originally, he could have easily become the ruler of a country and controlled a territory of 100,000 miles. However, the unnecessary action of framing the Duke of Xianyu had destroyed all of his foundations. Su Yu walked forward step by step, his blood-red eyes staring at the first prince, who was hiding among the guards and retreating in fear. Soul-piercing sword. Kill. Ah! The eyes of the guard standing in front of the first prince rolled back, his face twisted, and he died in pain. In the holy meat. Who would be in the top 10 of the holy meat? However, Su Yu had erased him from existence with a single glance. Hurry up and protect the emperor! The eldest prince roared angrily. Terrifying, too terrifying. The current Su Yu was too terrifying. As long as he could escape back to the palace, he would definitely gather the strongest fighters of the empire and use all of his power to destroy Su Yu. No one can save you. Su Yu's voice was hoarse, cold, and cruel, sending shivers down one's spine. Soul-piercing sword. Kill. The second guard was killed. Soul-piercing sword. Kill. The third guard was killed. In the blink of an eye, 3 level 6 guards were brutally slaughtered. Only the first prince was left, retreating in fear. This scene was similar to what had happened in the Xianyu prefecture. One by one, the green-robed guards were killed by Su Yu's soul-piercing sword, all the way until he killed the second prince. The same thing happened to the first prince, who was extremely powerful. The fiery minister was furious. Su Yu had crippled his disciple, ignored his punishment, and killed in front of him. Did he still have a sanctuary minister in his eyes? You deserve to die. Attack! The fiery minister angrily slammed the table, his old face extremely gloomy. However, the 12 inspectors were slightly hesitant. Some touched their noses, some looked to their left and right. For a moment, no one attacked. It was obvious that even the inspectors were dissatisfied with the fiery minister. Why did you turn a blind eye to your disciple killing someone in front of everyone? When it came to Su Yu, you flew into a rage out of humiliation, especially when they felt the angry gazes of the countless spectators. The 12 inspectors felt their faces burn. The sanctuary's reputation had been completely thrown away by the fiery minister. However, one of them attacked without any hesitation. Whoosh! Every inspector was a level 7 existence. Their abilities were not to be underestimated. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure appeared in front of the previously empty first prince. Fang Yin. Xianyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute. Fang Yin. With an upright and plain-spoken expression, Fang Yin coldly scolded. Audacious murderer, committing murder in front of everyone. I cannot let you live. He could not let the people of the sanctuary know that Su Yu had been chased out of the martial arts training institute by him, or else he would be punished. Furthermore, it was hard to guarantee that Su Yu would not seek revenge in the future. Now he had to take the opportunity to kill Su Yu, just like he did at the Martial Arts Training Institute's Gold Assessment Arena. Creak! Fang Yan's attack was ruthless and decisive. Vital energy condensed at his fingertips, sharp and pointed, ready to pierce through Su Yu on the spot. A level 7 killing a level 5 in the blink of an eye. The vital energy penetrating through his body was incomparably powerful. Even a level 6 peak would be killed on the spot. However, Su Yu's blood-red eyes were eerily calm. He remembered this scene. Back then, Fang Yin had also wanted to use vital energy to kill him, but was saved by the Duke of Xianyu. How similar was this scene? Now it was playing out again. The difference was that Su Yu was no longer the same as before. Those who block my way, die. Su Yu's eyes were lifeless, his fists pulsing with purple flames as he punched out. Boom! Crash! Ah! Thud! 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 Fang Yun groaned in pain as he retreated. His fingers were in pain, a layer of purple flames burning on his fingers. Creak! He hurriedly revolved his vital energy, to extinguish the remnants of the lightning fire. What a powerful lightning fire! The other 12 inspectors were secretly shocked. Fang Yan's heart trembled. When had Su Yu reached the level where he could withstand a blow from him? In the past, Su Yu was merely an ant-like student. Stubborn resistance, add to your crimes. Fang Yun bellowed, ashamed and furious. How could he not deal with a youth in front of a crowd of tens of thousands? The first prince was still in shock. With Fang Yun blocking him, his heart was completely at peace, his eyes filled with deep hatred. In this life, only Su Yu had caused him to be in such a sorry state. Su Yu, what can you do to me? The first prince stood at the exit of the arena, turning his head and laughing coldly. I will not only kill the Duke of Xinyu, but also the remaining evil Qin Xiener and your entire clan. I will exterminate them all. Su Yu's blood-red eyes were calm, his voice hoarse and low. Do you think you can live past today? I have said, no one can save you, not even the heavens. Su Yu's calm but soul-piercing cold words reverberated throughout the arena. Fang Yun laughed angrily. Die. Time. Space. Palm. In Su Yu's blood-red eyes, his pupils became extremely bright. They had never been so bright before. Time and space froze in that instant. Fang Yan's face was filled with anger, his palms slowly striking toward Su Yu. The audience was stunned, their expressions gradually changing. The flow of air became sluggish. Everything fell into a state of slow time. No, to be precise, Su Yu had entered an accelerated time and space. With the baptism of 2 drops of red spirit liquid, he could already double the flow of time around him when his blood was boiling. Whoosh! Taking a step forward, Su Yu flew towards the first prince. Rumble! Fang Yun struck down with his palm, but it hit empty air. His figure staggered, narrowly avoiding falling to the ground. What was going on? Su Yu disappeared into thin air. Sensing the movement behind him, Fang Yun's expression changed. In a short moment, Su Yu had actually arrived in front of the first prince. At that moment, the first prince's face was still filled with hatred and a cold smile. He only felt his vision blur, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. A pair of blood-red eyes were only a foot away from him. At such a close distance, he could even hear the other party's breathing. Ah, you are a ghost. The first prince was scared out of his wits, his face pale. Whoosh! The first prince quickly touched the jade pendant on his chest. Crushing it would allow him to unleash a level 7 peak attack. But his hand was instantly subdued. No one can save you. Su Yu's cold, blood-red eyes were filled with endless hatred. It was he who had destroyed Su Yu's family. Xiener had left her hometown, homeless and homeless. The Duke was imprisoned with a severed arm, killed by beheading. The Duke's manor was desolate and defeated. All of this was because of the first prince. Stop! The fiery minister was furious. It was fine to kill bystanders, but if an important member of the royal family was killed in front of him, how could he, the fiery minister, keep his face? Su Yu turned a deaf ear, one hand grabbing the first prince's neck. The first prince's eyes bulged, his expression shocked. He had never been so shocked in his life. You let me go. I was wrong. At that moment, he lowered his noble head. His heart was filled with unprecedented regret. Framing the Duke of Xinyu was the most unforgivable mistake of his life. Su Yu's blood-red eyes were emotionless, coldly shaking his head. His voice was hoarse and desolate. It's too late. The Duke is already dead. Pay with your life. No. The first prince let out a roar filled with unwillingness. Creak! The next moment, his head was ripped off by Su Yu and held in his palm. The audience gasped aghast. Su Yu had actually ripped off the first prince's head in front of the empire, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Su Yu carried the first prince's head, walked to the Duke of Xinyu's head, and placed the first prince's bloody head in front of him. Whoosh! Suyu knelt on the ground. This kneel was shocking. With both hands on the ground, Suyu kowtowed. This kowtow caused everyone's heart to tremble. It was as if time and space had come to a standstill, as if heaven and earth were mourning. "Father, I am late." A trembling, desolate voice reverberated throughout the land, reverberating throughout the world, shaking everyone's hearts. Yes, Suyu had participated in the holy meet not to become famous at a young age, not to amaze the world, not for fame and glory, but to take revenge for his benefactor. Countless people were filled with respect for him. Even the 12 high and mighty inspectors were filled with deep veneration at that moment. The purple-robed figure kneeling on the ground had become an unforgettable mark in everyone's eyes. Countless years later, they would still remember a certain holy meet where an extremely talented youth appeared out of nowhere, defeating all the geniuses of the empire with 9 consecutive victories. He then abandoned his glory and wealth to kneel in front of his benefactor. This kowtow would forever be engraved in everyone's hearts. Fang Yun froze for a moment, his eyes cold. "Audacious murderer, you killed an important member of the imperial family. You deserve to die." "Huh." Suyu slowly raised his head, laughing bitterly. "Father, in the past you witnessed me defeating all the geniuses of the martial arts training institute. Today, you will continue to witness my death." He had taken his revenge, and the people of the sanctuary would not allow him to live. Hence, he would kill to his heart's content, kill him until the heavens and earth turned upside down. Kill! Suyu suddenly stood up, purple thunder flames burning his fists. Endless killing intent pierced through the heavens, burning the clouds for thousands of miles. Chapter 62. Rumble. Suyu's heart was already dead. His every move was ruthless and filled with killing intent. Diabolic sword. Purple star thunderbolt. In terms of ability, Fang Yin was clearly stronger than Suyu. However, Suyu's fearlessness made it difficult for Fang Yin to use his full strength. The fiery minister's face was extremely gloomy. An inspector like him could not deal with a contestant. Slowly standing up, the fiery minister's body was surrounded by a terrifying aura. The expressions of the 12 inspectors changed. The fiery minister was going to personally take action? How powerful was a level 8 of the martial path? A thick aura surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Suyu, who was in the middle of a battle, to feel his blood flow, stagnate. Just the aura he released was already so terrifying. If they were to fight, Suyu would be nothing more than an ant. However, just as the fiery minister was about to make his move, a light laugh reverberated throughout the arena. It's quite lively. It was clearly a light laugh, but it had the power to penetrate space and reverberate throughout the entire arena. Whoosh! A young figure stepped into the arena from the entrance. He was dressed in a plain white robe. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He was handsome and had a tall stature. He wore a faint smile as he looked around. The gloomy expression of the fiery minister changed when he saw this person. Thud, thud, thud. The insufferably arrogant fiery minister immediately stood up and anxiously walked to the front of the youth, kneeling and kowtowing. "I am the fiery minister, paying my respects to holy disciple Chiu." The expressions of the 12 inspectors changed. Even Fang Yun's body trembled, his eyes filled with awe. After forcing Suyu back with a palm strike, he hurriedly ran over, kneeling and kowtowing with the 12 inspectors. Be it the minister or the inspectors, all of them were filled with shock, not daring to breathe. The scene caused the entire arena to fall silent. The head of the 9 great ministers, the fiery minister, the 13 inspectors in charge of the martial arts training institute of the empire, was actually kowtowing to a youth. Furthermore, the youth had a clear conscience, his expression calm as he stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. He looked around, his gaze landing on the bloody heads of the Duke of Xinyu and the first prince. His eyebrows twitched. Speak, what happened? Since it was the holy meet, why was it so chaotic? As a result, an inspector was fighting with a youngster below the arena. The fiery minister's eyes trembled, and a trace of fear welled up in his heart. He said in a trembling voice, "Holy Apostle Chiu, a murderer has appeared in the assembly. He seriously injured the contestants and slaughtered the important members of the royal family. We are suppressing him." "Is that so?" The youth surnamed Chiu glanced at the 13 inspectors. 12 of them trembled with fear, not daring to respond. The fiery minister was the person who controlled them. Their lives were all in the hands of the fiery minister. How could they dare to expose the many misdeeds of the fiery minister? If he grew old and didn't die, wouldn't they be the unlucky ones? Fong Yin rolled his eyes and answered quickly, "Holy disciple Chiu, that's right. This child is cruel, vicious, and ruthless. Who is it? We are trying to capture him." That was really the case. The youth with the surname Chiu glanced at Suyu coldly, then raised his finger and pointed at the air, intending to kill Suyu. Shua! Right at that moment, a graceful figure flew over and stood in front of Suyu. Her face was like a flower, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and disdain. "Sir, please do not believe the slanderous words of the two of them. The fiery minister allowed his disciple to commit murder, disregarding the rules of the holy meet and killing in front of everyone. His abilities were insufficient, and he was severely injured by Suyu." The fiery minister became angry out of humiliation and deliberately made things difficult for Suyu. As for the important member of the royal family, it was a personal grudge between him and Suyu. Xia Jingyu mustered her courage, stepping forward and revealing the truth while everyone was in awe of the fiery minister's tyrannical power. The fiery minister was shocked, his old eyes filled with anger. "Don't spout nonsense. So you are Suyu?" The youth surnamed Chiu put down his finger, slightly surprised as he interrupted the fiery minister. The fiery minister and Fong Yin were both shocked. Holy disciple Chiu knew of Suyu's existence? "Come in." The youth surnamed Chiu waved his hand. 3 figures entered the arena obediently. They were the Grand Tutor by Qi Xiong and Bodyguard Qin. Suyu's eyes flashed with killing intent by Qi Xiong. Bodyguard Qin. "It's you guys." As expected, Holy disciple Chiu lightly nodded his head. Looking at Suyu, Holy disciple Chiu nodded. "And since the first prince sent someone to assassinate you, he should be executed. You killed him well, saving me the trouble." The crowd was in an uproar. The first prince had sent someone to assassinate a holy seal bearer? Had the first prince not learned his lesson from the fate of the previous monarch? To actually commit such a treacherous and heinous sin, he really deserved to die. It looked like that period of history was too long ago, causing people to gradually forget the punishment of the sanctuary. As for the 2 of you, leave it to Suyu. Whether you live or die is up to him. The youth surnamed Chiu glanced at Bai Qi Xiong and Bodyguard Qin. "As for you, you knew that the first prince was going to assassinate a holy seal bearer, but you did not stop him. Instead, you helped the wicked. I shall sentence you to death as a warning to others." The youth surnamed Chiu flicked his finger, a terrifying vital energy piercing through the air. The Grand Tutor, a level 7 peak martial artist, did not even have the ability to dodge and was killed on the spot. Many people were shocked. This holy disciple Chiu had intentionally killed him in front of everyone. He had achieved his goal of intimidating the younger generation. After all, it had been many years since the assassination of a holy seal bearer had occurred. There was a need to teach the world a lesson in blood. The youth surnamed Chiu swept his gaze across the crowd and landed on Du Yuntian, his murderous intent clear. Ignoring the ban and killing in front of everyone in the arena, "You deserve death." Creak! A finger of vital energy had completely killed Du Yuntian, who was half dead. Although Su Yu was severely injured, Du Yuntian was the one who tried to kill him. I will let bygones be bygones. The youth surnamed Chiu dealt with the matter impartially. Finally, he shot his gaze toward the fiery minister and Fang Yin. Fiery minister, the Holy King had placed you in charge of the affairs of the Fonglin Empire because he trusted you, but you have abused your authority and ignored the Holy King's orders. You have disrupted the holy meat and affected the sanctuary's honor. Do you know your crime? The fiery minister's old body trembled violently. His heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. His hatred for Xia Jingyu had reached its peak. Without her, who in the Fonglin Empire would dare oppose him, this matter could be completely suppressed. Humph! Unrepentant, the youth surnamed Chiu was extremely sensitive to auras. He instantly sensed the fiery minister's hatred. The sanctuary will not tolerate scum like you. The youth surnamed Chiu's gaze was sharp as he softly reprimanded. In the name of the holy disciple, I announce that from this day onwards you will be stripped of your status as the minister of the sanctuary and will be banished from the sanctuary. In addition, your conduct is unethical and vile. Your cultivation base will be crippled to prevent you from committing evil. The youth surnamed Chiu was ruthless and did not give the fiery minister time to react. He immediately struck with his powerful vital energy and severed the fiery minister's meridians. The fiery minister howled in pain. All his meridians were severed, and he could not circulate his vital energy. His abilities were completely crippled. From then on, he was reduced to an ordinary old man. As for you, the youth surnamed Chiu shot a cold glare at Fang Yin. You helped a villain by fabricating lies in an attempt to deceive the sanctuary. You deserve death. Don't. Fang Yin was terrified and extremely remorseful, but in front of level 9 Qiuchangjian, he did not even have the strength to resist. He was killed on the spot by a single finger. Everyone in the arena was silent out of fear. What kind of person was this holy disciple Chiu? His methods were ruthless and decisive. Once he appeared, he had killed 3 people and crippled the fiery minister's cultivation base. It was extremely bloody. There had never been such a harsh scene in the history of the sanctuary. Without a doubt, the image of the sanctuary in everyone's hearts had been restored. The sanctuary still had its righteousness. The fiery minister, Fang Yin, and the rest were just scum of the sanctuary. Then, holy disciple Chiu looked at the 10 people in the preparation area. No, there were only 8 left. Su Yu had been expelled, and Du Yuntian had been killed. You are the geniuses of this year's holy meet? Come with me to accept the test, holy disciple Chiu calmly instructed as he led them into a secret chamber. Everyone, including Xia Jingyu, immediately rushed over. Su Yu. Xia Jingyu paused as she passed by Su Yu. She bit her lip. Su Yu had lost the right to enter the sanctuary. It would be difficult for her to see him again in the future. After the massacre, Su Yu's murderous intent gradually faded, the redness in his eyes receding like the tide. Looking at Xia Jingyu's face, his heart warmed. At a time of crisis, only Xia Jingyu had stood up for him, crying out for injustice. I'm fine. After entering the sanctuary, train hard. Su Yu knew that this might be the last time he and Xia Jingyu would part. One would be a genius of the sanctuary, the other a wanderer in the mortal world. The gap between them would only grow wider. Xia Jingyu was reluctant to part, her clear eyes staring at Su Yu without blinking. If Su Yu had asked her to stay, she would not have rejected him. Go. Su Yu smiled, his heart clenching. You're not going to keep me? Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed, her heart slightly empty. She stared deeply at Su Yu, then turned to bid her farewell. As soon as she left, Su Yu suddenly felt desolate, as if he was all alone in this world. The Duke had died, Xian'er had left her hometown, and her only friend, Xia Jingyu, had entered the sanctuary to further her studies. He was the only one left, all alone. Su Yu lowered his body and found the box, intending to take the Duke of Xianyu's head away. But a pair of feet appeared in his field of vision. Looking up, it was the third prince, his deep eyes filled with deep respect and a hint of a mysterious smile. Beside him, Lin Zhao's eyes shone with deep respect. He grinned. "Su Yu, I have a gift for you." As Lin Zhao clapped his hands, a thin, haggard middle-aged man was brought in with the help of 2 attendants. Su Yu only took a glance at it before he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out involuntarily, "Father!" He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed the Duke of Xianyu. Although thin and haggard, how could he have mistaken him for someone else? But what was with the head at his feet? Lin Zhao picked up the head from the ground with a sorrowful expression, carefully peeling off a layer of skin to reveal an unfamiliar face. He is a person the third prince saved in the past, an expert in disguise techniques. He willingly sacrificed himself for the third prince. According to the original plan, once the third prince was captured, he would replace the third prince in death. The executioner and executioner in the prison were actually the third prince's men, so it was not difficult to replace him. Chapter 63. Su Yu was moved, bowing deeply to the third prince. The third prince helped Su Yu up, his eyes still filled with emotion. "You, Su Yu, were willing to sacrifice your life for a benefactor. Why can't I, a dying man, grant you your wish? If you want to thank someone, thank this person. He was the one who truly sacrificed his life." Su Yu bowed deeply to the person, extremely sincere. Without him, the Duke of Xianyu would not have lived to this day. "Father!" Su Yu reunited with the Duke of Xianyu. Staring at his empty right arm, Su Yu's heart ached. This arm had been sacrificed for him and Xianer. The Duke of Xianyu's eyes were filled with tears. He caressed Su Yu's head, choking with emotion. "I have let you down," Su Yu shook his head. His gaze turned cold as he saw Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qindaj. "Father, let me deal with these 2 first." How could Su Yu forget that the Duke of Xianyu was in trouble, and that Bai Qixiong was involved? How could he forget that bodyguard Chen and Bai Qixiong had chased him for thousands of miles? Bai Qixiong opened his mouth, but Su Yu mercilessly cut him off. "Now that things have come to this, do you think I will forgive you?" Even though the 2 of them had been sent by the Duke of Xianyu, they had given their all to chase after Su Yu. Bodyguard Chen had a sorrowful expression. He did not want to die, so he bit his teeth and let out a low grunt. He broke all the energy channels in his body, crippling his cultivation level. "Su Yu," bodyguard Chen knelt on the ground. "I have a wife and children. Please spare my life. I will cripple my own cultivation level and will never harm the world again. Also, I will confess everything. I was sent by the Duke of Qin to kill you. Also, Miss Jiang is under house arrest in the Duke of Qin's manor." Actually, Su Yu did not know bodyguard Chen's identity. He only thought that he was an accomplice of the first prince. He did not expect the Duke of Qin to be involved in the assassination of the Holy Seal bearer. The Duke of Qin, is really a malignant tumor. Su Yu passed by bodyguard Qin, but did not kill him. He coldly stared at Bai Qixiong. "What about you?" Bai Qixiong's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He had painstakingly cultivated to level 6 peak. How could he be willing to cripple his own cultivation level? "Su Yu, I will give you a saint-level technique in exchange for it. Let me go." He was naturally afraid of Qiu Changjian. A mere Su Yu was nothing in his eyes. "Forget it. I'll help you cripple your cultivation." Su Yu interrupted him, stepping forward coldly. He did not believe that Bai Qixiong possessed a saint-level cultivation technique. Su Yu thought that Bai Qixiong was merely stalling for time. Bai Qixiong laughed angrily. In the past, Su Yu had been chased by him for 1,000 miles. Now, with Qiu Changjian, he was so confident. He dared to threaten to cripple his cultivation. A bright light flashed across Bai Qixiong's eyes as he said, "What if you can't defeat me?" Su Yu replied calmly, "I will spare your life." Bai Qixiong was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Ha ha! Good. If you can defeat me, I'll give you a Saint tier cultivation technique with both hands." "You have no chance of defeating me," Su Yu said calmly. He then took a step forward and attacked decisively. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Boom! Pa! Purple thunder, fire burned like raging flames. It made Su Yu's face look cold and merciless. Bai Qixiong patted the soft sword on his waist. The cold light emitted from the sword was like a dragon. Breeze sword song. Crack! A fist and a sword collided with a loud bang. Thud! 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 Bai Qixiong's palm felt numb, his eyes filled with shock. Looking down at the soft sword in his hand, his pupils shrank. What kind of flame is this? When the soft sword came into contact with Su Yu's fists, it actually showed signs of melting. Su Yu secretly nodded. The Purple Star Thunderbolt was more than enough to seriously injure a level 6 upper tier. However, it was not enough to deal with a level 6 peak. It was possible to fight to a draw, but to win, it would be lacking experience. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu integrated the mysterious rhythm. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yu was like a person from a painting, detached from the mortal world, his temperament completely different. His purple robe fluttered, his black hair danced, his handsome face added a bit of the temperament of a celestial being from a painting. At this moment, Su Yu did not imitate the elder in the painting, the heavenly finger. Instead, with his eyes in a daze, he gently pushed his palm forward. Rumble! Ah, a strange scene appeared. Bai Qixiong's surroundings also appeared like a painting. It was as if Su Yu had forcefully dragged Bai Qixiong into the painting. After that, Su Yu calmly struck Bai Qixiong, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Puff! Bai Qixiong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt excruciating pain. His chest caved in with a palm print, and several of his ribs were broken. It was a ghastly sight. You! Bai Qixiong was horrified. It was the same holy decree, but why was its power several times greater than before? Su Yu awoke from his daze, his mind even more enlightened. After the soul fusion, Su Yu had faintly felt that his obsession with imitating the holy decree of the elder in the painting was a mistake. Imitation was ultimately a small path. No matter how successful an imitation was, it was still similar and could not break free from its shackles. Thus, Su Yu boldly tried to incorporate his own moves while immersed in the holy decree, no longer just imitating the elder's heavenly finger. The effect was amazing, and its power increased several times, exceeding Su Yu's imagination. Su Yu calmed himself and coldly looked at the defeated Bai Qixiong. In his eyes, Bai Qixiong had once been an unreachable, terrifying, strong martial artist. But now he had been defeated by Su Yu. Su Yu did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment. After witnessing Qiu Changjian's terrifying level 9 abilities, his vision was no longer limited to level 6 peak. Su Yu's only regret was that he was not fated to enter the sanctuary. If he did not have the opportunity, it would be difficult for him to reach a more mysterious level, and it would be difficult for him to cross swords with the top geniuses. In the secret chamber, Qiu Changjian sat boldly with 8 people lined up in front of him. Among all of you, according to the ranking of the competition, who is the strongest? Qiu Changjian asked bluntly. The 8 of them looked at each other. Because of Su Yu's unforeseen event, the competition had not ended, and the rankings had not been revealed. As if realizing this, Qiu Changjian sighed. All right then, each of you use your strongest moves. Sir, according to the rules, all 8 of us have the right to enter the sanctuary. What difference does it make to who is stronger and who is weaker? Good question. Qiu Changjian looked at Xia Jingyu, his heart full of praise. The fiery minister's despotic power had intimidated tens of thousands of people, but only this woman had the courage to speak the truth. Although she looked weak on the outside, her heart was strong and tenacious. Her question had hit the nail on the head. Qiu Changjian replied, "It is true that all of you have the right to enter the sanctuary, but you may not be qualified to become a holy disciple." Holy disciple? Just like Qiu Changjian, the sacred region is split into two parts, the heavenly sacred region and the mortal sacred region. The mortal sacred region takes in all of the geniuses in the world and is managed by the 9 great cabinet elders, who guide them in raising their cultivation bases. Over the years, there have been thousands of people in the mortal sacred region, and that is what most people know as the sacred region. As for the heavenly sanctuary, they only accept peerless geniuses, who are the nominal disciples of the Holy King. They receive the title of Holy Disciple and enjoy the best resources. Their status is above that of the ordinary disciples of the heavenly sanctuary. If the ordinary disciples of the heavenly sanctuary do evil, they can kill them with a thought. Do you understand? The scene of Qiu Changjian killing the fiery minister was engraved in their minds. The life and death of someone as lofty as the fiery minister was in the hands of a disciple from the heavenly sanctuary. The heavenly sanctuary was the true sanctuary. Only by entering the heavenly sanctuary could one truly be considered to be above others. Zheng Yilin's eyes were burning with passion. "Sir, may I ask how many people can enter the heavenly sanctuary every year?" "How many?" Qiu Changjian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You should ask yourself how many batches it takes for someone to enter the heavenly sanctuary." "What? How many years does it take for one person to appear?" The requirements to enter the heavenly sanctuary were extremely high. "All right, let's begin. Use your strongest techniques," Qiu Changjian said. First, the 4 demon students from the Martial Arts Training Institute displayed their strengths. Qiu Changjian did not move an inch. His eyes were calm and he did not say a word. It was only when Donglin made his move that Qiu Changjian leisurely commented, "Average. In the mortal sanctuary, you are considered below average." Donglin almost vomited blood. In the Empire, he was one of the top 4, a proud son of heaven. But in the mortal sanctuary, he was considered below average. Without a doubt, Donglin was not fated to enter the heavenly sanctuary. In fact, he was only considered average in the mortal sanctuary. After that, Chong Nanfei made his move. Qiu Changjian's eyes were still calm. Average. In the mortal sanctuary. Chong Nanfei was bitter. In the mortal sanctuary, he was considered average. Naturally, he was not fated to enter the heavenly sanctuary. Xia Jingyu clenched her teeth. Among them, her cultivation level was the lowest. She was afraid that Qiu Changjian would not take her seriously. Thinking for a moment, Xia Jingyu suddenly thought of the holy decree Su Yu had imparted to her. She might as well try it out. Taking a light breath, Xia Jingyu's mind sank into the pear blossoms under the moonlight. It was as if she was lying in Su Yu's embrace, serene and peaceful. She displayed the heavenly finger to her heart's content. Creak! The finger streaked across the sky with a unique rhythm. It made Xia Jingyu look like a fairy from a painting. Qiu Changjian's eyes brightened. For the first time, a smile formed on his face. Not bad. The holy decree is pure and untainted. It contains the majestic power of the heavens and earth. It is magnificent and wonderful. This trip was not in vain. I have found someone qualified to enter the heavenly sanctuary. What is your name? Qiu Changjian smiled, his tone cordial. Xia Jingyu. She was confused. She could enter the heavenly sanctuary just like that? All right, Junior Xia. Prepare for a day. After you've dealt with the mundane world, you will follow me back to the heavenly sanctuary tomorrow. We will have another companion. Qiu Changjian was beaming with joy. What? The 8 of them were shocked. Xia Jingyu had entered the heavenly sanctuary, all because of Xia Jingyu's holy decree? Zheng Yilin was the only one left. He cupped his fists and laughed. Congratulations, Jingyu. It looks like you and I will still be in the heavenly sanctuary. I hope we can help each other in the future. Zhang Yilin was elated. It turned out that the holy decree was the difference between the heavens and the mortals. Zhang Yilin, had also comprehended the holy decree and was qualified to enter the heavenly sanctuary. He would be spending a lot of time with Xia Jingyu in the future. The heavenly sanctuary was far away and mysterious. Xia Jingyu was a woman, so she would naturally feel uneasy. He and Xia Jingyu came from the same region. Naturally, she would approach him and seek help from him. After spending so much time together, Xia Jingyu would eventually fall in love with him and be willing to marry him. Zhang Yilin was elated. He had never been so excited before. Suyu, so what if you beat me? Xia Jingyu is still my woman. You can stay in the mortal world and look up to her. Xia Jingyu creased her brows and sighed helplessly. Qiu Changjian was surprised. He could not help but look forward to it. What? Have you comprehended the holy decree? Quick, show me. Zhang Yilin's heart was filled with pride. His expression was humble as he solemnly displayed the holy decree. A ball of light distorted his body. He threw out 10 punches. Each punch was distorted by the light, making it difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Zhang Yilin raised his head to look at Qiu Changjian. His expression suddenly froze. Qiu Changjian's look of anticipation had long disappeared. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Average, lower than average in the mortal sanctuary. This evaluation was like being struck by lightning. Zhang Yilin could not recover. He stuttered. But I have also comprehended the holy decree. Xia Jingyu can enter the heavenly sanctuary. Why am I only qualified to enter the mortal sanctuary? Hearing this, Qiu Changjian's eyes turned cold. The holy decree is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Junior Xia's holy decree is a rare middle grade holy decree. With further training, she has a high chance of becoming a holy king. You cannot be compared to her. There were grades in the holy decree. Zhang Yilin was dumbfounded. His heart fell from heaven to hell. He bitterly muttered, "So, the holy decree I have comprehended is only a lower grade." Unexpectedly, Qiu Changjian mercilessly rebuked him. "Lower grade? You overestimate your holy decree. Your holy decree is not even at the level of a lower grade. Anyone who cultivates in the mortal sanctuary for a year or 2 will be able to comprehend it to your current level." What? Not even at the level of a lower grade? Zhang Yilin felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Qiu Changjian waved his hand. "All right, all of you can leave. Junior Xia will follow me to the heavenly sanctuary in 1 day. The rest of you, wait for my orders. Within 10 days, someone from the mortal sanctuary will bring you away." With that, Qiu Changjian stood up. "Senior Qiu, I would like to recommend someone to you. He will definitely satisfy you." Xia Jingyu smiled. Her smile was elegant and refined like a spring flower in April. Chapter 64. Greetings, Senior Qiu. He is this year's Holy Meet's first place. See you. Xia Jingyu's eyes shone. Her heart was filled with excitement. "It's him?" Qiu Changjian raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he did not hold Suyu accountable for his actions, it was true that Suyu had effected the order of the Holy Meet. The Holy Meet represented the sanctuary, and its honor could not be tarnished. He had tacitly agreed that the fiery minister would disqualify Suyu from the Holy Meet. The purpose was to remind the outsiders that the order of the Holy Meet was not to be disrupted, no matter how good one's aptitude was. "Why did you recommend him?" Qiu Changjian asked patiently. He did not want to embarrass Xia Jingyu in front of outsiders. In his heart, Qiu Changjian did not intend to give Suyu another chance. However, Xia Jingyu only said 1 sentence, and it was a sentence that moved him. "Because my holy decree was imparted to me by Suyu." Xia Jingyu's pretty face was slightly red, like a red lotus after the rain. "Bring me to Suyu." Now, Qiu Changjian suddenly stood up and quickly walked out of the secret chamber. Qiu Changjian was shocked. Xia Jingyu's holy decree was only at the middle level. What level had Su Yu, who had imparted it to her, reached? Qiu Changjian blamed himself for almost letting a pearl be covered in dust. Below the stage, Su Yu's palm blade descended, breaking Bai Qixiong's internal energy channels and crippling his cultivation base. Bai Qixiong was grief-stricken. His entire cultivation base had been destroyed. In the future, he would at most be reduced to a martial master, teaching basic martial artists theoretical knowledge. However, from the corner of his eyes, Bai Qixiong caught a glimpse of the coldness in the third prince's deep eyes. Perhaps he should be content. As the first prince's trusted aide, he should have been the third prince's target. Su Yu had crippled his cultivation level, but in reality he had spared his life. Bai Qixiong's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to bargain anymore. Being able to survive in the whirlpool of power struggle was already a great fortune. Thank you, young Master Su, for not killing me. This is the saint-level cultivation technique that the first prince gave me to comprehend. It's also what I've comprehended in the past few years. Since I lost the bet, everything belongs to young Master Su now. Bai Qixiong quietly passed the saint-level cultivation technique to young Master Su. The saint-level cultivation method was too shocking. If it was revealed in front of everyone, it would be a fatal disaster. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. It really was a saint-level cultivation technique. After Bai Qixiong dragged his heavily injured body far away, Su Yu flipped through the book on the spot. According to Bai Qixiong's many years of comprehension, Su Yu studied saint-level cultivation techniques. Floating light shadow, a saint-level skill, a movement skill. There are 3 levels in total. The first level is cultivated to perfection, the soul-shifting phantom, surpassing those of the same level by a realm. The second level has been cultivated to perfection. Step on the water and fly like a swallow. The third level has been cultivated to perfection, floating through the void, flickering light shadow. Su Yu was shocked. It really was a saint-level cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was related to movement techniques. Cloud shadow was only a low-level technique. Its potential was limited, and it had lost its usefulness to Su Yu. This saint-tier movement technique came at the right time. By cultivating stage 1 top class, Su Yu's speed was comparable to that of a level 6 peak. After cultivating the second layer to perfection, one's body would become light and graceful, and they would be able to walk on the waves. As long as there was something under their feet, they would be able to fly for a short period of time. After cultivating the third level to perfection, one would be able to fly in the sky. Dong dong, Su Yu's heart was beating wildly, especially at stage 3 top class. Flying this was something only legendary deities could do. At least in this different world, only the Holy King could reach this realm. Unknowingly, Su Yu was immersed in the cultivation technique, comprehending it on the spot. Time was instantly accelerated. After experiencing the baptism of the 2 drops of red liquid, Su Yu's control of time was far more profound than before. His blood was boiling. In the past, the flow of time and space around him had been accelerated by 50%. Now it had been accelerated by 100%, which was double. In a state of silence. In the past, the flow of time and space around him had been accelerated by 30 times. Now, it had been accelerated by 50 times. Even if Su Yu comprehended it for a minute, it was equivalent to 50 minutes for a normal person, a full hour. Su Yu was immersed in the flow of time, motionless as he comprehended the saint-level cultivation technique. At this moment, Qiu Changjian and Xia Jingyu rushed over. The third prince was respectful, wanting to wake Su Yu up. Qiu Changjian waved his hand, his eyes full of admiration. After the battle, Su Yu had comprehended the cultivation technique on the spot. This person did not slack off on his training. Su Yu would not be able to wake up from his meditation for a while. Qiu Changjian sat down with great interest, asking the third prince and Xia Jingyu about Su Yu's origins. Knowing that Su Yu had traveled thousands of miles to the imperial capital to fight for the Duke of Xinyu, Qiu Changjian was deeply moved. Great! After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Qiu Changjian's impression of Su Yu had been turned upside down. Half an hour later, Su Yu awoke from his meditation. His eyes were blurry, his brows slightly creased, his mind filled with questions. Rubbing the cultivation technique in his hand, Su Yu wondered if it was a saint-level cultivation technique. It was not that it was too difficult to comprehend, but it was too easy. Comprehending it for half an hour was equivalent to 25 hours in the outside world. At most, it would have been 1 day and 1 night. But Su Yu had actually comprehended it to stage 2 lower class in one go. Even if it was a reference to Bai Qi, even if his soul had undergone a transformation, he should not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Although they were both saint-level cultivation techniques, Su Yu had comprehended Purple Star, Thunderbolt for many days, racking his brains, but had only managed to comprehend it to stage 1 lower class. But in just 3 days and 3 nights, Floating Light Shadow had reached stage 2 lower class. They were both saint-level cultivation techniques. But why was there such a huge difference in the difficulty of comprehension? Whoosh! Just as Su Yu was deep in thought, a burst of energy came at him from the side. Su Yu quickly hid his doubts, subconsciously raising his palm to block. At this moment, he no longer needed to deliberately recall the scene with the mural elder. With a thought, he could immerse himself in the mysterious realm. From an outsider's point of view, Su Yu was like a person in a painting, detached from the mortal world and ascended to become a deity. At the same time, this palm also pulled the attacker into the painting realm around Su Yu. Then, within the painting realm, he received a blow from Su Yu. Crash! What surprised Su Yu was that his holy decree palm was like a clay ox entering the sea. He looked over in shock, only to see a gratified expression. Holy disciple Qiu. Su Yu retracted his palm, his face full of confusion. Holy disciple Qiu did not have any killing intent, so why had he attacked? Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes rippled. Her mind recalled Su Yu's palm, and she seemed to have understood something. Su Yu's holy decree seemed to have changed. It was more profound and smooth, more natural and harmonious. In the past, although his holy decree was similarly unfathomable, there were faint traces of deliberate refinement, as if he was intentionally imitating it. But now it had been washed clean and had truly harmonized with nature. High-grade holy decree. Excellent. Qiu Changjian praised in amazement. Su Yu was confused, not understanding Qiu Changjian's meaning. Junior Su, prepare for a day. Tomorrow, you and Junior Xia will follow me into the heavenly sanctuary. Qiu Changjian was filled with gratification as he left. Xia Jingyu's bright eyes were moving. Her lips pursed into a smile. Her smile was pure and beautiful, like a white lotus in the rain. Ah, only you and I can enter the heavenly sanctuary. Su Yu was dumbfounded. He had thought he had no fate with the sanctuary. He never thought that Xia Jingyu's recommendation would allow him to enter the higher level of the heavenly sanctuary. Jingyu, thank you. Su Yu was grateful. His fate had changed twice, and it was all thanks to Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu smiled, her clear eyes flashing. You imparted your holy decree to me, and I return the favor. We are now even, and we will support each other in the future. Su Yu smiled, staring at Xia Jingyu, his heart filled with gratitude. If Xiener was the love of his heart, then Xia Jingyu was the beauty of his life. Su Yu was filled with love for Xiener. Su Yu was filled with gratitude for Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu was stared at by Su Yu's starry eyes. Her snowy cheeks blushed like a sunset glow. In an instant, the morning glow reflected off the snow. She was as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Xia Linxian had a complicated expression. He walked to the side of the Duke of Xinyu and sighed. "Duke, let me have this son-in-law. I will fulfill my daughter's wishes, and it will also save you from further worries." The Duke of Xinyu's gratified expression froze. He stared at Su Yu's back, deeply apologetic and worried. After a moment, his gaze turned sharp and he shook his head. "I will only recognize one son-in-law in my life, and that is Su Yu. No one should even think about breaking him and Sienna apart." "Sai, have you ever thought about the power of Fenghuang Valley? If they knew that Sienna had a fiancé, what would happen to Su Yu's safety?" Xia Linxian sighed, looking at Su Yu's back with deep sympathy. If Sienna had remained by the Duke of Xianyu's side, she and Su Yu would have lived a peaceful and happy life as husband and wife without anyone disturbing them. But if Sienna were to appear in Fenghuang Valley, everything would change. With Sienna's status in Fenghuang Valley, Su Yu was far from worthy of her. The people of Fenghuang Valley would try every means possible to break off the engagement. It was conceivable that the most direct and effective method would be to erase Su Yu's existence. With Fenghuang Valley's power, Su Yu was but an ant in their eyes, and they would not hesitate to kill him. If Su Yu took the initiative to break off the engagement and marry Xia Jingyu before Fenghuang Valley arrived, everything would be easily resolved. This would resolve Su Yu's crisis, fulfill Xia Jingyu's heart, and save the Duke of Xinyu's worries. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Wait a little longer. I believe that Yuer will not lose to anyone. Give him time, and Yuer will prove to Fenghuang Valley that he is worthy of Sienna. The Duke of Xinyu was filled with anticipation, but he could not bear to see this happen. Su Yu had traveled thousands of miles for him, risking his life. How could he break off the engagement with Sienna? Even though Sienna's mother had passed away, she had a high status in Fenghuang Valley. Now that Sienna had sought the protection of Fenghuang Valley, she would definitely be nurtured by them. If they knew that she had a fiancé, Su Yu's situation would not be good. Initially, the Duke of Xinyu had planned to have Senior Qin send Su Yu and Sienna to Fenghuang Valley. Senior Qin had a letter that the Duke of Xinyu had prepared beforehand, and it was for the people of Fenghuang Valley. The gist of it was that if he protected Su Yu for the rest of his life, the engagement would be annulled. Only then could Su Yu survive in the hands of Fenghuang Valley. But the situation had changed, and the Duke of Xinyu could not bear to bring up the words, annulment of the marriage. With such a wonderful son-in-law and such kindness, how could he let Su Yu down? Hence, he had changed his mind. He would only recognize Su Yu as his son-in-law. Even if Fenghuang Valley interfered, they would not be able to change his mind. However, he alone was not enough. Su Yu had to become stronger. He had to become so strong that Fenghuang Valley would not underestimate him and accept him. Only then could he truly be with Sienna. Otherwise, a mere marriage contract would not be able to bind the 2 of them together. Wait. Xia Linxian shook his head and sighed. Do you think Fenghuang Valley will give Su Yu time? Will you wait for him to grow? The Duke of Xinyu was stunned at this time. Lin Xiao suddenly walked over quickly and quietly reported to the 3rd prince. Humph! That old fox, his ears are very good. The 3rd prince's deep eyes were cold. After thinking for a moment, he walked in front of Su Yu. Brother Su, the Duke of Qin has found out that the 1st prince has fallen and has escaped the imperial capital with his family. I will immediately bring troops to capture them. Are you willing to go? The Duke of Qin had secretly instructed bodyguard Chen to kill the bearer of the Holy Seal. The 3rd prince could justifiably get rid of the 1st prince's loyal supporters and at the same time make an example out of them. Now that the 1st prince and the 2nd prince were dead, the officials were without a leader. The 3rd prince had stepped forward to kill one to warn the others. If anyone dared to disobey, they would end up like the Duke of Qin. The Duke of Qin. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. In the past, the Duke of Qin had forced Su Yu to give up on his girlfriend, Jiang Xueqing, to Qin Feng's repeated attempts to assassinate him, and finally to bodyguard Chen's pursuit. If Su Yu had not become stronger, he would have died long ago. Chapter 65. Father, return to the third prince's residence and rest for a while. Allow me to deal with Duke Qin before I return to speak with you. Su Yu bid farewell to the Duke of Xinyu. The Duke of Xinyu and Xia Linquan's family were all arranged to stay at the third prince's residence, heavily guarded and safe. Su Yu and the third prince led the troops in pursuit. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, a scout reporting to the third prince, Duke Qin's carriage is fleeing towards the Fenghuang Empire. The third prince immediately gave the order to give chase. Wait. Su Yu stood on the horse's head, looking into the distance. His crystalline eyes were activated to the extreme. After going through the baptism of the drastic changes, the range of his eyes had expanded from 2 miles to 5 miles. Within 5 miles, all the movements and minute changes were within his grasp. The carriage heading towards the Fenghuang Empire is merely a cover. It is driven by a few servants. Duke Qin and his family are fleeing towards the northwest. 3 miles away, they are driving an ox carriage, disguised as farmers and moving stealthily. Su Yu's gaze was deep and cold. The third prince did not hesitate. Northwest. Increase the speed and give chase. The scout was dumbfounded, deep in disbelief. How could a human's eyes observe the situation 3 miles away? Furthermore, Su Yu could even identify the other party's clothing. But an hour later, the scout was convinced. The pursuers intercepted an ox carriage, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Duke Qin and Qin Feng, along with their important family members, boarded a large boat near the river. The large boat traveled down the river, traveling 1,000 miles in a day. They were not prepared, and it was difficult for them to pursue. Old Qin is really cunning. Looks like he left a way out for himself. The third prince lightly hammered his thigh, secretly furious. The large boat had long left the shore. It was already 300 meters away from the shore. The river was rapid and unfathomably deep, making it difficult to cross. From 300 meters away, the third prince could even see Duke Qin and Qin Feng standing at the bow of the boat. Even though the father and son were in a sorry state, they had relaxed expressions, smiling at the helpless third prince. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He would never forget the faces of this father and son. Pass down the order, seal off the waterways along the Jiang prefecture, and search through the night. The third prince was filled with hatred. If he could not kill the Duke of Qin, it would be difficult for him to establish his authority. It would be detrimental to his ascension to the throne. Su Yu calmly shook his head. It's useless. Before we reach the county city, they will surely come ashore. I'm sure there are already vehicles waiting on the shore to escort them out of the empire. How could the third prince not think about it? Marquis Qin was old and shrewd. He must have a complete plan for the future. However, she was unwilling to let him escape just like that. However, some people think that they can sit back and relax after boarding a ship. They are really making a fool of themselves. Su Yu slowly stood up and stood on the horse's head. The third prince was puzzled. What does Brother Su want? Of course, we're going to board the ship and capture them. Su Yu stared coldly at the ship that was sailing away. The third prince was shocked. Could it be that Brother Su has a plan to cross the river? The water is deep and the waves are strong. It's hard for a small boat to sail. Only a big boat can chase after Marquis Qin. Haha, why do I need a brilliant plan? I alone am enough. Su Yu let out a long whistle, lightly nodded his horse's head, and flew across the river. Brother Su, quickly return. The third prince was shocked. The river was treacherous. If Su Yu fell into it, if he was not adept at swimming, it would be difficult for him to survive. However, what made the third prince's pupils dilate was, at the moment when Su Yu was about to fall into the river, he lightly tapped the tip of his feet. like a black swallow cutting through the surface of the river. He tapped the tip of his feet on the raging river and walked on the waves. Thud, thud, thud. The river water was turbulent, the waves raging. Su Yu's figure was like an autumn swallow floating on the water, extremely agile. The crowd could only see a purple human figure, like a ball of floating light, floating on the waves, leaving behind a series of purple afterimages as he walked on the water. Hiss, the rumored stepping on the water. Is this really achievable by a human? The thousands of pursuers were all shocked. The third prince's deep eyes flashed with a strange light. He softly muttered, stepping on the water like a swallow flying on the water. Could this be the secret treasure of the royal family, floating light shadow? Thinking back to the technique that Bai Qixiong had mysteriously given him, as well as how Su Yu had comprehended it on the spot, the third prince was even more shocked. He then let out a bitter smile. The royal family's treasure has not been comprehended by anyone in 100 years, but you only took an hour. It looks like it has been waiting for you. The purple light flowed as he walked on the waves. It was a magnificent and mysterious purple robe. On the big ship, the crowd was shocked. The expressions of the Duke of Qin and Qin Feng fell, their expressions changing. Guards! Archers! However, Su Yu's body was as light as a swallow, calmly dodging the attacks. When he was 30 feet away, he tapped the tip of his feet, creating a wave as he turned into a purple phantom, spinning as he floated above the deck. Clang! The surrounding guards all drew their swords. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his purple robe floating. His deep black eyes shot out countless small swords. Ah! Ah! In the blink of an eye, 2 rows of guards had fallen, leaving only the Duke of Qin and his son. Su Yu turned his head, calmly glancing at the sailors in the cabin. Row back! Or die! Creak! The big ship turned and rowed back to the dock. The Duke of Qin's expression changed, knowing that death was his only option. There was no way he could survive. His eyes stared at Su Yu. Because he had used too much force, his eyes were bulging and a bit ferocious. Clenching his teeth, the Duke of Qin was furious. Su Yu! My Qin family perished because of you. We should have helped the first prince ascend to the throne. Our family should have been prosperous, and our descendants should have been prosperous. Why did you have to kill us all? Listening to the sound of the waves, Su Yu had a leisurely expression. Don't blame me for killing you all. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not giving me a way out back then. Stealing my girlfriend was my incompetence. I could tolerate the people who could not keep her. Plotting against me time and time again, I could tolerate the fact that I had no power or influence. But finding people to assassinate me, wanting to put me to death, I could not tolerate that. Every word was like a great bell, shaking the Duke of Qin's heart. Who would have thought that the first prince's great power would be destroyed in a day, all because of a lowly person? Who would have thought that the Duke of Qin's family would perish, all because a disciple of the family had a lust for a woman and offended a commoner? If he could turn back time, the Duke of Qin would definitely discipline the disciples of the family more strictly. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Qin Feng's heart was filled with grief, but more than that, he could not accept it. The aunt that he could kill with a finger in the past was now dictating his and his family's fate. Su Yu. Qin Feng's eyes were red, roaring in grief. Do you think you've won? With a clap of his hands, 2 guards carried a lady to the side of the ship. The lady's hands were behind her back, and a giant rock was tied to her feet. If she were to be pushed off, she would sink into the river and die. The lady was about 14 years old, and her appearance was shockingly beautiful. She was like a fox fairy that had walked out of an ancient scroll, delicate and beautiful, unforgettable. At that moment, the fox fairy girl looked haggard, her bright eyes filled with sorrow. Staring at the raging river, she revealed a self-deprecating smile. Ever since she came to the imperial capital, she had been placed under house arrest, unable to step out of her room. From that moment on, She understood that in the eyes of the rich and powerful, she was merely a bargaining chip, a tool, a chess piece. She had once naively thought that marrying into a rich and powerful family would bring her glory and wealth, and she would be above everyone else. Only now did she realize her mistake. Hearing the commotion, she glanced over, and Su Yu's purple figure entered her vision. Her heart skipped a beat, and Jiang Xueqing's eyes stung. With a self-deprecating smile, she gently retracted her gaze, and a bitter tear rolled down her cheek. Thinking back to her past with Su Yu, Jiang Xueqing let out a pitiful smile. For glory and wealth, she had coldly severed her relationship with Su Yu, thinking that this was the way of a mature person. After experiencing so many changes, she finally understood how childish and naive she had been back then. She had given up her true feelings and chosen money. How ignorant, how willful, to do such a thing. She no longer had the face to see Su Yu. In fact, in the last moments of her life, the person she did not want to see the most was Su Yu. Because of guilt, because of remorse, Su Yu! Don't even think of getting what Qin Feng, cannot have. Push her down. Qin Feng laughed, as if he had gotten his revenge. Splash! Jiang Xueqing was pushed into the furious river. Su Yu's eyes were calm. His purple shadow flew past, like a floating light and passing shadow, like a graceful swan gliding across the surface of a river. Jiang Xueqing, who had fallen into the river, was pulled back by him. Whoosh! Back on the ship, Su Yu was not wet, while Jiang Xueqing's body was covered in the icy cold river water. It was early winter, and the river water was cold. Jiang Xueqing's delicate body was shivering. Whoosh! He took off his purple cloud dust avoidance robe and draped it over Jiang Xueqing, untying her limbs. Without looking at her, Su Yu flew into the cabin and executed the remaining guards. Finally, only the Duke of Qin and his son were left. Su Yu, I admit defeat. Kill me or torture me. Do as you wish. The Duke of Qin knew that death was inevitable, and instead accepted his fate. Su Yu shook his head, looking at the third prince, who was about to reach the shore, and smiled. No need. Someone will naturally execute you. The third prince had helped Su Yu a lot. Su Yu had promised that if he obtained the crown, he would help him seize the throne. Now, handing the Duke of Qin over to him for him to deal with would greatly help him seize the throne. Suddenly, Su Yu felt his waist tighten. A pair of jade-like hands hugged Su Yu from behind. A cold, drenched and shivering delicate body was pressed against his back. Soft sobs reverberated behind him, like a helpless person clutching at the last straw in their lives. She hugged Su Yu tightly, unwilling to let go. What is the meaning of this? Creasing his brows, Su Yu was about to use his hidden energy to push Jiang Xueqing away. I'm cold. Jiang Xueqing's tone was mournful, stubbornly hugging Su Yu. After some hesitation, Su Yu silently sighed. In the end, he withdrew his hidden energy. Bolts of vital energy quietly entered Jiang Xueqing's body, dispelling the cold. Even when they reached the shore, Jiang Xueqing still hugged Su Yu's arm, unwilling to let go. The third prince looked at Jiang Xueqing. If he remembered correctly, she should be the girl who had abandoned Su Yu for Qin Feng, Jiang Xueqing. It was rumored that she had once been Su Yu's sweetheart. Now that it was time to repent, did she want to return to Su Yu's side? The third prince secretly shook his head. Putting aside the fact that Su Yu was loyal and would never let Qin Xianer down, with Su Yu's current reputation, Jiang Xueqing was no longer worthy of him. As a martial artist, it would be difficult for Jiang Xueqing to catch up to him in terms of cultivation. Get her a horse, the third prince ordered. Jiang Xueqing buried her head in her chest, hugging Su Yu's arm tightly. She shook her head resolutely. No need. I will only be with Su Yu. Su Yu creased his brows, his heart filled with disgust. Now that things have come to this, do you think that I will accept you again? Just as he was about to push her away, Jiang Xueqing's faint voice entered his ears. I know that I have no face to see you. I will not beg for your forgiveness, and I will not pester you. But can you let me stay by your side for a little longer? For the sake of the fact that we used to be childhood sweethearts. Childhood friends? Deep within Su-yu's soul, there was a throbbing sensation. After completely merging with Su-yu's soul, some of the emotions hidden deep within his soul were also accepted by Su-yu. Chapter 66. Jiang Xueqing extended her arms and wrapped them around Su-yu's neck, burying her head in his broad shoulders. A warm aura enveloped her entire body, giving her a peace she had never felt before. This was the first time she had felt at peace since she had agreed to Qin Feng's advances. A satisfied and intoxicated smile appeared on her face, her body involuntarily leaning into the warmth of his embrace. Su-yu slightly creased his brows. His thighs were tightly pressed against each other, his chest was pressed against each other, and Jiang Xueqing was breathing out a warm breath from his neck. Her feminine fragrance entered his nose, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Su-yu, do you still like me? Jiang Xueqing smiled. She raised her bright eyes and stared into Su-yu's starry eyes. I already have a fiancé. Su-yu replied directly. He did not want to have any romantic feelings for Jiang Xueqing again. That would be letting Sienna down. Jiang Xueqing was still smiling. Su-yu's reply was not unexpected. She was not disappointed, as she had never anticipated it. She could not help but sigh. In your eyes, in your heart, I really do not exist anymore. Once again leaning on Su-yu's shoulder, Jiang Xueqing felt a sense of relief, but also a reluctance to part with him. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her mouth was filled with tears. Crying and smiling, the beautiful face of the fox fairy blossomed at the same time. That smile was deep and mournful. Su-yu, I'm sorry. I regret it. Jiang Xueqing's words of apology and regret were enough to express her repentance and remorse for her past sins. The once proud and vain young girl had understood the true meaning of life, mournful and regretful. Su-yu's heart trembled. Hearing the mournful sobs, he could not bear it. Jiang Xueqing was only a 14-year-old girl at the age of ignorance. Could she be forgiven for her mistake? Could she be given a chance? But the image of Sienna's cute and adorable figure flashed through his mind. Su-yu shook his head. He could not let Sienna down. Life cannot be restarted. Life can still continue. Qing'er, take care. Su-yu calmly said. Jiang Xueqing's body trembled. Her last shred of hope completely extinguished. She felt a heart-wrenching pain in her heart. She hugged Su-yu tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly remembered that day, when Su-yu had smashed their love token on the ground. She felt that she had lost something. Now, she finally understood that what she had lost was the most precious, the most sincere, and the most irretrievable true love in her life. Brother Su-yu. Jiang Xueqing's body twitched, sobbing as she called out the nickname she had used when she was young. Unfortunately, she could never return to the past. Back at the third prince's residence, Jiang Xueqing was taken away by the maids to settle down. Before getting off the horse, Jiang Xueqing looked up at Su-yu. Her snowy eyes were still rippling, and a look of determination appeared between her brows. Back at the mansion, Su-yu immediately paid a visit to the Duke of Xinyu. The two of them had been through a lot, so they talked a lot. Gazing at the Duke of Xinyu's empty sleeves, Su-yu's heart was filled with sorrow. This was a sacrifice made for him and Sienna. Father, if I get the chance one day, I will definitely help you find the elixir to restore your arm. Su-yu secretly made up his mind. The Duke of Xinyu smiled benevolently and caressed Su-yu's head. Silly child, the elixir that can bring the dead back to life only exists in legends. How do you find it? Su-yu did not reply, his eyes filled with determination. After hesitating for some time, the Duke of Xinyu stared at Su-yu and solemnly said, I know you have been training hard, but I hope that after you enter the sanctuary, you will work even harder. Before that, do not have any thoughts of looking for Xianer. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Father, why is that? Now that you have cleared your name and regained control of the Xinyu prefecture, we should naturally go to Fenghuang Valley to bring Xianer back and reunite with our family. The Duke of Xinyu bitterly said, Xianer's mother was the daughter of the Valley Master of Fenghuang Valley. She promised to marry me and secretly escaped. To this day, Fenghuang Valley does not know of Xianer's existence. Now that Xianer's identity has been exposed in Fenghuang Valley, with her mother's blood flowing in her veins, she will definitely be heavily trained and protected. How could they return her to my side? So, if you want to bring Xianer back, you must quickly increase your abilities. Otherwise, not only will it be difficult to bring Xianer back, you might even lose your life. The Duke of Xinyu revealed the shocking truth. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Father, what kind of existence is Fenghuang Valley? How powerful are the experts there? The Duke of Xinyu shook his head. I do not know. I only know that it is very mysterious. So mysterious that no one in the Fenghuang Empire dares to mention its name. It is a taboo existence. A taboo existence? Su Yu's breathing became heavy. But thinking about Xianer's voice and appearance, Su Yu resolutely said, Xianer is my fiancée. No one can take her away from me. If they want to deal with me, they can come. I, Su Yu, fear no one. A sense of urgency gathered in Su Yu's heart. Fenghuang Valley was a taboo existence. Against such a force, his abilities were far from enough. You are indeed the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu. Good. I will only recognize you as my son-in-law. No one else can hope to gain my approval. The Duke of Xinyu laughed heartily. The two chatted until late into the night. Before they left, the Duke of Xinyu reminded, focus on your training. Do not ask about Fenghuang Valley, especially the sanctuary. With the relationship between our two empires, asking about the sanctuary will only bring you harm. The Fenglin Empire and the Fenghuang Empire were far apart, and their relationship was neither good nor bad. As for the sanctuary, Su Yu was not familiar with it. After bidding farewell to the Duke, Su Yu returned to his room to rest. Tomorrow he would depart with Qiu Changjian for the sanctuary. What kind of world was that? Suddenly, stepping into the room, Su Yu smelled a fragrant aroma. Glancing sideways, he saw a pink incense stick emitting a scarlet glow in the corner of the room. Su Yu did not mind. Every day, there would be servants who would apply the incense to expel the smell from the room. Even though the smell was slightly different from usual, could it be that a thief had infiltrated the third prince's residence? Taking a deep breath of the fragrant air, Su Yu took off his clothes and went to bed. In a daze, Su Yu fell asleep. But in the middle of his sleep, he suddenly felt his entire body heat up, his mouth dry, his lower body swollen, and his abdomen burning with a raging flame that desperately needed to be vented. It's a hallucinogen. Su Yu was shocked. He had experienced this feeling in his previous life. The person under the influence urgently needed to have sex with a woman to vent his lust. Without a doubt, Su Yu had been poisoned. But who was it? Who could walk in and out of his room without being questioned? Creak! With a soft sound, the door opened, and a graceful woman slowly walked into the room. She closed the door, pulled the bolt, and walked to the window. She was dressed in a plain white robe, like a fairy. Her slender waist was tied with a light purple belt. She had a pair of well-rounded breasts, standing proudly. She was as beautiful as a fox fairy, a face that could take one's breath away. Under the chilly moonlight, she looked like a beautiful demon in the forest. What a fox fairy! This person was Jiang Xueqing. Once she appeared, the fragrance blew, and the flame in Su Yu's abdomen burned even more fiercely. It was you who poisoned it? Su Yu was in disbelief, not understanding Jiang Xueqing's motive. Jiang Xueqing's fox fairy face broke into a smile. Under the moonlight, she looked poignant yet holy. Brother Su Yu, don't worry, it is not poisonous. Jiang Xueqing sat on the edge of the bed, her snow-white skin slightly red. Her watery eyes were filled with shyness and determination. Qin Feng once wanted to use it to possess me, but I saw through him. I kept it with me to protect myself. Jiang Xueqing's clear eyes were filled with tenderness, unblinking as she looked at Su Yu. What are you trying to do? Su Yu could not hold it in any longer. The effects of the drug were not something that could be resisted with willpower. Jiang Xueqing extended her slender hands, caressing Su Yu's cheeks. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she had a mournful smile. Brother Su Yu, I have let you down for everything that happened in the past. I do not beg for your forgiveness, nor do I beg for you to accept me again. But I hope that you can have a shadow of me in your heart. That way I will be content. After saying this, her hands trembled as she untied the light purple belt on her waist. Su Yu's heart pounded, clenching his teeth. No, leave quickly. He had already endured to the breaking point. Jiang Xueqing's eyes were filled with tears, but also with relief. Even though my heart has left Brother Su Yu, my body has always been pure. Tonight, I will give it to Brother Su Yu. This is its first and last time. Brother Su Yu, you are my only man. Whoosh! The light purple belt was gently untied, her white clothes loosening. At this moment, Su Yu had completely lost his rationality, his eyes burning with a raging flame. Ah! With a low roar, Su Yu pulled Jiang Xueqing onto the bed. Like a wild beast, he tore Jiang Xueqing's clothes savagely and violently. Under the moonlight, her snow-white skin gave off an alluring luster. The fox deity's jade-like face gave off a fiery red glow, her beauty unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Su Yu had peeled off a lotus flower bag layer by layer, revealing an exquisite, jade-like body. Exquisite curves, curvaceous in all the right places, beautiful and moving. A pair of breasts swayed under the moonlight, extremely alluring. Su Yu could not bear it any longer. He pounced forward, pressing this delicate body beneath him, ravaging and ravaging it crazily, venting his primal instincts. Oh, below him, the soft moans of a beauty could be heard, matching Su Yu's conquest, rising and falling, twisting and turning. In an instant, the room was filled with the radiance of spring. Su Yu had lost his rationality, hugging a ball of warmth, pressing it beneath him, tossing and turning, ravaging it the entire night. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Yu opened his eyes in a daze, his mind heavy. Suddenly, his expression changed. Looking around, Jiang Xueqing was no longer on the bed or in the room. Only the crimson plum blossoms on the bedsheet quietly recounted last night's craziness. Jiang Xueqing. Su Yu had mixed feelings. He put on his clothes and looked for her in the manor. But the place was empty. Early in the morning, she had left the third prince's manor alone, her whereabouts unknown. With a bitter smile, Su Yu felt guilty. You have succeeded. You have successfully left a shadow of you in my heart. He did not expect that he and Jiang Xueqing would end their feud with such a relationship. He wanted to make it up to Jiang Xueqing, but he could not find her. The time for the sanctuary was up ahead. Su Yu bid farewell to the third prince, the Duke of Xinyu and Xia Linxian. Before he left, he secretly asked the third prince to help him look for Jiang Xueqing, and if there was any news, think of a way to send it to the sanctuary. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Yu and Xia Jingyu left together. There was a bigger stage ahead. Back at the third prince's manor, Lin Xiao did not understand. Master, you had obviously sent people to follow Jiang Xueqing and know her whereabouts. Why did you not tell Su Yu? He seemed very anxious. Chapter 67. A few days later, in Qingshan Town, the hometown of Su Yu and Jiang Xueqing, in a female Taoist temple, a beautiful Taoist nun with a serene expression and an otherworldly temperament was quietly sweeping the autumn leaves in the courtyard. Looking up at the familiar fields, Jiang Xueqing's heart was at peace. She smiled. Brother Suyu, have a safe journey. After saying this, she buried her head in cleaning the Taoist temple. A few days later, several women who were hiding their strength also entered the Taoist temple through the void gate. No one knew that they were experts sent by the third prince to protect Jiang Xueqing in secret, to prevent evil people from coveting her beauty. Sometimes being too beautiful was a sin, even if one entered the Taoist temple. In the imperial palace, the third prince was the regent, managing the court. Sitting steadily on the dragon throne, the third prince sighed with relief. Suyu, perhaps the luckiest thing in my life was getting to know you. It was you who gave me my empire. Have a safe journey, my only friend. The third prince smiled calmly. Ruling the world, there was an indescribable loneliness. A few days later, in a desolate area of the Fenglin Empire, swoosh, 3 figures landed. Qiu Changjian pointed at the empty space, and there was a ripple of water. A dark gap appeared out of thin air, forming the shape of a door. Come in. Qiu Changjian entered. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu walked in, their eyes suddenly lighting up. Within a 10-mile radius, the flowers were fragrant and birds chirping. The houses were majestic, chickens and dogs could be heard. The passers-by were enthusiastic and familiar, walking through the fields. They were all young farmers, but each of their cultivation levels was at least level 6 of the martial path, who in the outside world wouldn't be a monstrous genius. But here they were just farmers. In the distant sky, there was a strange island floating in the air, stunning everyone. Several stairs to the sky hung straight down, allowing people to walk up and down. The floating island shone brightly, shrouded in mist. It was like a paradise on earth. Without a doubt, that was the heavenly sanctuary, while the ground was the mortal sanctuary. Heavenly and mortal, the difference was like heaven and earth. Junior Qiu brought back 2 new holy disciples? Not bad. Hurry to the Hall of Saints and meet up with the new holy disciples. Shua. Their appearance startled a shadowy cultivator nearby, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. His strength was not inferior to holy disciple Qiu. Another 9th heaven of the martial path? Su Yu's pupils dilated, as expected of the sanctuary. In the outside world, the 9 heavens were invincible, but in the sanctuary they were just secret guards. Haha, so it's Senior Brother Zhang's turn to be on duty today. Qiu Changjian and Senior Brother Zhang were familiar with each other. He chuckled and stopped talking. His expression was solemn as he said, I'll have to trouble Senior Brother Zhang to bring them to the Hall of Saints. I must report to Master immediately. The situation is urgent. Senior Brother Zhang nodded his head solemnly and did not ask any further questions. He called for someone to take over the shift, then brought Su Yu and the rest to the heavenly sanctuary. Senior Zhang, could it be that Senior Qiu's job is not to bring people into the sanctuary? Su Yu did not understand. It looked like Qiu Changjian had a mission and was in a hurry to report back. Senior Brother Zhang was an easygoing person. He smiled and said, Yes, I was carrying out a mission near the imperial capital. Bringing you back should be along the way. On the way, Su Yu and Xia Jingyu looked at each other, secretly thankful that they were lucky. If Qiu Changjian had not passed by the imperial capital on the way, Su Yu's fate would have been worrying. However, they still had a question that they did not dare ask. Qiu Changjian's expression was grave, urgent, and anxious. Su Yu could not imagine what kind of urgent matter could cause a level 9 martial artist to be so anxious. Soon, the group arrived at the so-called Hall of Saints. There were about 3 youths standing in the empty hall. Xia Jingyu was slightly stunned. Senior Brother Zhang, are they like us, new holy disciples? But why did we not see them at the holy meet? Senior Brother Zhang blinked. Did Junior Brother Qiu not tell you? The holy meet is held in the Alliance of the 9 Empires? Alliance of the 9 Empires? Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were both stunned. They had vaguely heard that the Fenglin Empire had formed an alliance with the surrounding 8 empires to fight against the other empires. Xia Jingyu knew more, but Su Yu, who was pretending to be a resident of the Shenhua continent, did not know. He only understood after Xia Jingyu explained in detail. The alliance of the 9 empires was to fight against the Fenghuang Empire. In terms of territory, the Fenghuang Empire's territory was comparable to that of the alliance of the 9 empires. Therefore, the alliance of the 9 empires fought against the enormous empire, the Fenghuang Empire. Su Yu's heart trembled, and the terrain of the 10 nations appeared in his mind. The size of the Fenglin Empire was equivalent to that of Earth in his previous life. Wouldn't the alliance of the 9 Fenglin empires be as big as 9 continents on Earth? On top of that, there was the Fenghuang Empire, whose territory surpassed the alliance of the 9 nations. His moon god continent, just how big was it? At the same time, Su Yu's heart sank. The Duke of Xinyu had once said that Fenghuang Valley was the true ruler of the Fenghuang Empire. In that empire, the name Fenghuang Valley was a taboo. If that was the case, the power of Fenghuang Valley was beyond imagination. Seeing Xian was much more difficult than he had imagined. After being shocked for a long time, Su Yu calmed himself down and listened to Senior Zhang's explanation. The Holy Region and the Alliance of the 9 Empires held a holy meet every year at the same time. The 9 great ministers of the sanctuary were each in charge of a country. For example, the fiery minister was in charge of the holy meat of his country, while the other 8 ministers were in charge of the other 8 countries. The sacred saint protected the 9 nations' alliance against foreign enemies. In exchange, all the geniuses of the 9 nations' alliance were recruited by the sacred saint to provide fresh blood. Therefore, in the Temple of Saints, there were also geniuses from other empires who were also qualified to enter the heavenly sanctuary. Apart from that, there was another type of person who could enter. That was those who first entered the mortal sanctuary and then comprehended the holy decree were qualified to enter the heavenly sanctuary in one step. However, they were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The appearance of Su Yu and Xia Jingyu attracted a lot of attention. More accurately speaking, it was Xia Jingyu's otherworldly beauty that caused the eyes of many geniuses to light up. Among the martial artists, females were the minority, and those with exceptional looks were even rarer. Xia Jingyu was like a red lotus among the thousands of green leaves. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and it was difficult for her not to attract attention. Among the 3 of them, one was cold and aloof, while the other was dull and did not step forward. Instead, a handsome 16-year-old youth walked over with a smile. He cupped his hands toward Su Yu and Xia Jingyu. I am Feng Hao from the Luori Empire. May I ask where the 2 of you are from? We will be in the same faction in the future, and I hope you can help each other out. Although he mentioned the 2 of them, his gaze was fixed on Xia Jingyu's beautiful face. Xia Jingyu remained silent and took half a step back, letting Su Yu take the lead. Su Yu from the Fenglin Empire. She is my friend, Xia Jingyu. Let's take care of each other in the future, Su Yu calmly replied. Feng Hao slightly creased his brows. It seemed that this lady was obedient to Su Yu. Could they be partners? It would be a waste for such a beautiful lady to be with Su Yu. Feng Hao could not help but feel a little disgust toward Su Yu. In terms of ability, Feng Hao was at level 6 peak of the martial path, while Su Yu was only at level 5 peak. No matter how one looked at it, Feng Hao had a better future in the martial path. But haste makes waste. Feng Hao was not in a hurry. Xia Jingyu would know the difference between him and Su Yu in the future. Since everyone is here, follow me. I will arrange your basic necessities. A black-robed, middle-aged man strode over. His expression was cold, his temperament steady and extremely sharp. His ability was even stronger than Qiu Changjian and Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Brother Zhang's expression was respectful. Junior Su, Junior Xia, you must obey Senior Brother Zhao's orders. The rules of the Heavenly Sanctuary are strict and cannot be violated. He is the first disciple of the Holy King and is in charge of all matters in the heavenly sanctuary. You must not contradict him." Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were solemn. The first disciple of the Holy King. His ability was hard to fathom. The group followed senior brother Zhao out of the hall of the holy disciples and arrived in front of the houses. There were a total of 4 houses, all independent courtyards. The courtyards were planted with exotic flowers and plants. The spiritual energy was dense, and the effects of training here were excellent. This will be the courtyard for the 5 of you. There are only 4 rooms. As there is an extra person, you'll have to discuss among yourselves and share one room. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Suyu, Feng Hao, and the other men moved quickly, each occupying a room. Xia Jingyu was a lady after all. How could she compete with them? Hence she lagged behind. Feng Hao's eyes lit up. "Miss Xia, if you do not mind, I am willing to give up half of the courtyard. There are 2 inner rooms in the house, enough for you and me to share." Xia Jingyu's eyebrows slightly curved, her heart filled with disgust. How could she be willing to share a room with a stranger? "Jingyu, do you want the left or right room?" Su Yu had already entered the house to check. He stood at the door and casually asked for her opinion. Xia Jingyu smiled. She lifted her skirt and entered the house like a fluttering butterfly. Her bright eyes contained a smile as she said, "I want the right room." It was as if she had no qualms about sharing a room with Su Yu. Su Yu had always given her a sense of tranquility. She was not the least bit worried that Su Yu would have any improper thoughts. Feng Hao's face turned green and red. Xia Jingyu had frowned at his suggestion in disgust. However, she had readily agreed to Su Yu's suggestion with a smile. The stark difference in treatment made Feng Hao feel indignant. What was so good about Su Yu? Did she not understand that in the path of martial arts, the more accomplished one came first? Even if she had gotten to know Su Yu before him, she should not have embarrassed him in front of everyone. "All right, I will bring you to collect your food and water. There is a fixed time to collect them. We will not wait for you." Senior brother Zhao walked forward coldly. Not long after, they arrived at a spacious hall. The aroma of the food permeated the air. Just one whiff and they could feel their cultivation level improving. Senior brother Zhao calmly said, "All of the ingredients for food in the heavenly sanctuary come from natural treasures. They are beneficial to your cultivation, as long as you grasp the opportunity." After saying this, senior brother Zhao turned and left, leaving the 5 of them looking at each other. Grasp the opportunity? What kind of opportunity was needed to eat? Receiving the food, Su Yu was stunned. He received pickled vegetables and radishes. Xia Jingyu received a shriveled mantu. Feng Hao received a cold meal that had been eaten. The food was worse than that of an ordinary family. It was probably at the level of a beggar. What made it even more difficult for the 5 of them was that there was a dog squatting at the door. The dog's plate was filled with exquisite food made from natural treasures. It would have been fine if the heavenly sanctuary lacked food, but the dog would rather eat than give it to them. This Feng Hao was furious. "This is too much. We, the new disciples, are eating worse than dogs. What are you shouting for? If you want to eat good food, you can fight with them." An old disciple passed by, holding a few pieces of battered cornbread. He was used to it. Only 11 portions of food made from natural treasures were produced daily. 10 portions were given to the 10 strongest, prospective, holy disciples. 1 portion was given to the dog in front of the door. The meaning was clear. If you want to eat good food, get into the top 10. Otherwise, you would be worse than dog food. Although this method was somewhat humiliating, it was extremely motivating. To be able to enter the heavenly sanctuary, which of them was not a peerless king in the empire? How could they admit that they were worse than a guard dog? In the heavenly sanctuary, killing and injuring were the only taboos. There were no other rules. It was obvious that if one wanted to surpass the guard dog in terms of food, there was only one way, with their fists. At present, most of the 10 strongest prospective holy disciples had left. Only the bottom 2 were left to receive the last 2 portions of exquisite food. Among them, the 9th ranked person's food was even more exquisite than the 10th ranked person's, containing rich energy. Su Yu estimated that if he ate 10 times in a row, he could break through to level 6 of the martial path. In the Empire, this would be unimaginable. Only the sanctuary would be able to break through while eating. Feng Hao's eyes flashed. He strode forward with a smile. Junior Xia, wait a moment. I will help you get a portion of food. Xia Jingyu creased her brows, but before she could refuse, Feng Hao had already stepped forward. The 10th ranked person was a young female youth. She had a tranquil expression and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Her abilities were at level 6 upper tier, similar to Feng Hao.